Okay, let's go ahead and get this public meeting order. Can everyone stand for the pledge of allegiance? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Get a roll call, please, Russ.
Brandon Earl.
Here.
Andrea Kreipel.
Here.
Sarah Lawrence.
Here.
Jason Newberry. Jessica Seeliger.
Here.
Robert White. Here. Pat Zika.
Okay, next up, we need adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Got a motion?
Second.
Got a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Recognition of patrons and staff.
No one this evening.
Okay, first up, discussion item, education spotlight.
Yes, okay, so the high school is here this evening, both the leadership team and and Linda and her crew to talk about their trip, and so Carla, I'll let you go first.
Yeah. So I brought some of my leadership kids, and we're just here to kind of tell you what we're up to and what we've got planning for the rest of the year. We've been doing some great things.
Did you turn it
It's
on?
this way for you to make sure you, that's what the pencil's at. Is it on?
Yeah, I turned it on.
It worked a second ago.
Well, how about that?
Oh, great.
Here, let me see it.
I can stand over here. I don't mind at all.
We can click for you.
Oh, here we
Oh,
go.
so just like a quick overview of what we've been doing in class so far. So for Suicide Prevention Month, we had a Let's Talk About It. We just got done attending a 2-day leadership conference in Topeka, and then we are maintaining our Crusader closet still.
Part of that Crusader Closet is the free period products for girls that you guys helped us with. And so we are making sure that those items get out. The down arrow, isn't that interesting? Okay.
It's okay. In class, we're reading a book called Crucial Conversations, and in this class, we're learning how to have important conversations without really intense conflict. We're trying to not let our emotions control us, and we're going to tell our story in a way that people listen. Coming soon with a little fun sign. We've got a community mural painting night coming up on April 16th. And then we also have the Y-Link Summer Conference that we're hosting. And a bunch of schools from across the state are going to be coming in and participating with us. So, yeah, that's most of it. That's what's going to be on our mural wall. So, yeah. Thank you.
Good job, guys.
Maybe not, okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, so we're going to talk to you a little bit about the trip that we took out to San Diego, and they're going to kind of highlight some of the things that they did and some of the things that they learned. I think overall, it was a pretty good experience for the kiddos. I think they really enjoyed everything that they did. So we had 6 students that went. And let them tell, I can read it, but you know, you can tell them a little bit about that. The next slide is all the other fun stuff. But you know, so placing wise, they were 5th out of 16 different teams. So where were some of the teams from?
Pennsylvania, Louisiana, California, Arizona. Is there one from Wisconsin?
Yeah, South Carolina and
Yeah.
North Carolina. So they came from all over to compete. So we wound up actually having 2 teams. Kenna got to be with Solomon on the super team. There was another school that also just had 2 participants. And so they teamed up with them in the presentation part. So this is what they had to do. So they first had a 100-question written test that each one of them took individually. And then tell them about the presentation that you guys did.
It was extemporaneous, so
we had to come up with a solution for a problem in the golf course, like there was too much water, standing water, or if the sprinklers were messing up, or what did you guys have?
Ours was how to manage crowds at the course. I mean, with a lot of people, you have to figure out where to put them. So that was ours.
Ours was there was overflow of water going into the fairways, and there was like bolts and stuff washing into the sand bunkers, and so we had to come up with problems for that, like putting a mound on the side of the fairways to keep from the bolts and the water getting into the fairways.
Then they had 10 different practicums that they worked. We had to, the coaches had to assign the kids into pairs beforehand. And so what we did, because we were kind of a unique situation, it was kind of funny because there was some teams there that they brought nothing but kids that played golf. And so, you know, they were golfers and trying to learn all this other stuff. We had 3 golfers and 3 non-golfers. So there was a lot of golf terminology that the kiddos needed to learn and needed to know. So when I paired, and we talked about this before we even left, when we paired a non-golfer with a golfer. So that whenever they were going and doing the things, if there was a term that wasn't recognized, then those kids would have a little bit more of an advantage, I think. So when they went through, they did identification of machinery. I'll let you guys tell them a little bit about what you had to go through on that.
So we looked at all the different types of mowers, rollers, blades, and everything, and we had to identify what their use was, where on the course they'd be used, and various parts about that.
We also had to do some pests and diseases. So we had to identify what those were used for on the golf course, whether it was like for the rough or for insects or pests. And we had to like put what's it called?
The chemicals.
Yes.
So they had to put like not only did they have to identify the pest, but then they had to identify the pesticide that would kill that particular pest. And then where those pesticides could and could not be used around the golf course. So like on the greens or in the rough or where they were at. So the hardest part about this was that we found out when we were boarding the plane the next day or two later, was that the colleges that were there, and there was like 90 of them, 90 different college teams there, for the college turf bowl, that they kind of had the same stuff, but theirs was all multiple choice. Ours was not. The kids had to come up with everything and fill in all of the blanks. So they had no word bank to go from. So everything from studying ahead of time, they had to know. So it was a lot harder. So they had to take in, cut a cup, replace a divot in it, and go through. This was kind of the Golf Course Superintendents Association theme this year was Catch Your Wave, which they had a fabulous opening and a really phenomenal opening speaker. She had a great story to tell, but she was not a public speaker in any way, shape, or form. So she was definitely a surfer. That was what she was. That's what she did. She was a surfer, but man, the challenges that she had and the stories that she had and just the overall goal that she gave to the whole group was amazing. But I was like, man, she'd be awesome, but she needs to work on that speaking just a little bit. So here's some pictures of the kids. This was the day of the competition. Originally, the ag teachers and the coaches were not going to be allowed to go to the golf course. But then they really changed a lot of their things as the kind of event went on. So they allowed us to come. Then they were like, yeah, go take pictures of the kids. And so we were like, awesome. These are the kids going through different sections of it. This here was taken, and this is where they had to. Was this cut cup? Yeah. So they had to cut a cup, and then they had to replace it. So they were given very specific areas where they had to go, so that nobody was cutting a cup again. And that was full of holes by the time it was all done because, it had been the dreaded fertilizer spreader. They actually threw that whole section out of the competition after it was all said and done because no one got a score on it. So it was really, really tough. But they had to measure the speed of the green. which is useful. So what was cool when we were talking to people that outside of the competition was that if the kids can do this now, they can go to work anywhere over the summer and have a great summer job. And, you know, it was really pretty cool. So this was the group picture. This was kind of part of the group of kids. Not all the teams there, but they were trying to get them organized for a group picture in front of the waterfall. This was our little group. So this was inside. What trophy was that?
U.S. Open.
Yeah. So yeah, they were pretty excited that they got to hold that, and it was the fake.
Yeah.
They
They have one fake.
They have one fake, and they brought it to the show. The real one is locked up, so so we were all like, cool, They were like, this is it, and he was like, no, that's the fake one. They don't let the real one out, so I was like, oh, okay. So, walking around the trade show, they had like so many different companies there. Tell them what happened to you.
Oh, we had a person from Harper come up to us, and they saw a Wellington on the back of our FFA jackets, and so they came up to us and was like, "Oh, really? You guys are from Wellington? Well, we're from Harper. We have a business in Harper." And we were like, "Okay, really? Can we have your business card? Maybe we could talk something out. You could help us with something." And so the next day, Miss Chase came back and they talked about it, and maybe they could help us next year, which would be amazing, because definitely need a lot more practice. But
That's so cool. But what was neat too was next year the competition rotates. Next year, instead of being focused on golf course management, it's going to go to sports field management. So footballs, baseball fields, that kind of thing. So the gentleman from Harper, he was like, I said, yeah, I was explaining that to him, and he goes, well, do you have a contact for baseball field, football field, professional? And I was like, no. He goes, call me when you get home. Here's my card. He's like, I'll hook you up with Wichita baseball team. So I'm like, sweet. So, and then they wanted to go to the ocean. That was that was the thrill. That probably turned out to be my favorite picture of the whole trip. Really was them. They had a amazing blast just playing in the water, and they were like, it's cold. I was like, it's February, guys, even though it's California. So, and then we went to the San Diego Zoo. That was fun. That was a lot of walking. So it was pretty good. So we drove all the way, or went all the way out to California to eat at the Kansas City barbecue, which FYI is where Top Gun was filmed. Okay, that was the little bar area. But they have no tie to Kansas or Kansas City at all. So that was kind of unique, I thought. I was like, wow, okay. So, but it was fun. And that is Boston and Solomon there in the little picture. So hard to see them, but that's them. So these were basically our big sponsors. Kansas Star Casino funded half of it. Ronan Company, Stewart Farms here in town were our local donators. Keith Westerfeld, so the Sod Shop, which is out of Kansas City, Lawrence, and Wichita, and Grassroots Sod. Those were all part of the FFA Foundation. They got together and sent us donations to be able to help pay for the rest of the trip. So that's it in a nutshell.
Awesome.
You guys have any questions?
I've heard all the stories, so.
I know, right?
Thank you, Mrs. Chase, for all that work, keeping them safe and doing all the things, and appreciate all the effort.
We almost lost Solomon.
Oh,
no, not Solomon. He, we hadn't even left at Wichita Airport yet, and the lady calls, Solomon Ledesma, if you're here, can come to the desk, and I'm like, so what have you done, Solomon? So we went up there, and I was like, I said, this is Solomon, and she goes, you're gonna need your boarding pass and your neck pillow, which you left in one of the shopping areas already. I'm like, oh gosh. So after that, I was like, Solomon, I'm gonna hold your boarding pass till we get ready to get on the plane. He was like, good idea. That's what I thought too. So, but yeah, it was fun. It was a good trip. So I think everybody enjoyed it. Cramming into the Suburban and all that fun stuff. So I'm gonna stay for the rest, but you guys can scoot out.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Good job, guys.
All right, next up, bond issue.
Yes, so Shelley Kelly's here from DCS to present results of the bond survey that has been out in the community over the last month.
All right, let's see if I can figure it out. How are you?
Good, how are you?
All right, well, thank you again for having us back, and I have the results of your survey to present. So, just a reminder, the goal of the survey was to give you information so that you can put that to use as you see fit going forward with bond issue, bond language, hopefully to get it right the first time. So with that, I have a high-level overview that I want to provide you with tonight. And then, of course, I can drill down into anything, over the next week or two that you might want to see more of, that this prompts you. We did turn this around very, very quickly, so unfortunately I don't have the printed copies that we would normally give you. Those will go to the printer tomorrow. I do have one copy.
I have one.
You have one, I have one, done, not professionally printed, but I will leave this with you, that you can have that. And then, of course, you have the PDF that Mr. Hatfield can share with you. So just a little bit of,
Down arrow.
there we go, wrong arrow. I can be taught, so I'll keep my finger right here. All right, so survey overview. This time we did both an online and a paper pencil survey. When we did the survey a couple of years ago, that was just online. So this was mailed to all of your registered voters, and the manner that that was done in, there was a postcard sent to everyone on the registered voter list age 69 and below, and everyone age 70 and above got an envelope that had 2 surveys in it for that address that had a registered voter or voters that lived there. The survey window was open February the 14th through the 28th, and of course the full report's going to give you a full breakdown of all of the questions that were asked, not only the overview, but also a breakdown by age demographic as well as residency, if you want to see the difference between how different age groups may have answered the question, or rural versus city, within the city limits of Wellington, you can see that difference. And then you can see an analysis of how that percentage of response choices kind of varied by age groupings. You can dive into the tables and you can see that. So first of all, talking a little bit about the age of the respondents to the survey. You did have a total of 684 responses to the survey. So a good number of responses for a community of this size, roughly 10% of Wellington's total population. It's a little less than your survey 2 years ago. I think there were 723 responses to that one, but right there in that same ballpark. The demographics of the age groups were just a little bit different than who took the survey 2 years ago, but again, still kind of in that same ballpark. But so you can see you had a pretty good representation from all of your different age groups. And if you do look in the survey itself, I did some analysis based upon not only the census breakdown of your population in Wellington, but also compared it to the ages of your registered voters. And you were pretty much in line. You were a little over or underrepresented in a few areas, and so I point that out. Just something to kind of be aware of. The residency of your respondents, we asked where they lived. 19 said they lived out of the district. So I do want to stress that as you look through all of the rest of the questions in the survey, so that would be question number 4 through question number 10, all of the graphs that you see, I only graphed those who lived in the district. I did not graph those 19 people that said they lived out of district. Those results are shown in the table of residency, so you can still see their results, but visually, what's going to jump out at you, it doesn't have those 19 people in it.
Now, you did also have 10 people who didn't respond to the question. Now, the only way a person could not respond to the question, they had to do that on the paper pencil survey. Since those were mailed to the addresses of registered voters, I think we're pretty safe to assume that those 10 people, even though they didn't tell us where they lived in the district somewhere. So I included them. So I used 665 residents as your in-district number. So when you see the percentages that are in the pie charts, know that 665 was the divisor that I used. So with that, we'll dive into the actual questions. So the majority of people support a bond issue. I think that's probably the big thing that you want to know. The most popular response when we ask people, how do you feel about a bond issue? Would you be highly supportive? Would you be somewhat supportive? Are you undecided? Are you opposed? Are you strongly opposed? The most popular answer was supportive with 28%. Just under 20% said they were highly supportive of a bond election. Which means you had 47.7% of respondents who just out of the gate said supportive of a bond. You had 24.7 who expressed some level of opposition, and that would be strong opposition plus somewhat opposed. And then you had 27.7% that said they're undecided. So when you look at any of these charts and you're trying to figure out if we have a bond election today, we need to get to 50% plus one, what does this mean? Well, you almost are at 50% saying that they're supportive of the concept. That's good news. Combined with some of the other data, that'll give you a real feel for what do you put in the bond language to make sure those people vote yes. And then how do you pick up those undecided voters? So that's very typical on a survey like this, that you have a big wedge of the pie that says, I don't know how I feel, tell me what projects you're putting on it, tell me how much it will be, what amount are we talking, what's it do to my taxes, and then I'll tell you if I support it or not. So you can definitely see paying attention to those undecided voters is important, because you're going to have some of them vote yes to have a successful bond issue. Those who are strongly opposed, we'll always say there's between 10 and 20% on any bond election. They will vote no matter what you do. There's about that same percentage they will vote yes, no matter what you do. You probably can't change their mind, so you focus on those who are kind of those swing votes in the middle, so the undecided.
Wouldn't it be a majority, either undecided or opposed? Isn't that the majority? It says the majority supports a bond.
Oh,
19 and 28 is
19 and
47.
yeah.
you're right. I probably shouldn't have used the word majority. I should say most people, the largest percentage that you have there
Is undecided or opposed, if you add them together.
if you added all of those together. So the opposed are both the opposed and the strongly opposed. So if you add those, you're going to come up with
52.4.
14.9 plus 9. So the majority, if you truly want to talk, where do you get to 50%, you would add all of those. But looking at opposed and strongly opposed, looking at highly supportive and supportive, I should say more people, I shouldn't say a majority, but the more people swing toward supportive than swing toward opposition. So that's good news. Then you have the undecided piece who are neither for or against, and that's the piece that you have to concentrate on. So my apology, I really probably shouldn't have used the word majority. I should have said you have more people supporting than against. So then as far as mill levy, because that's the next thing that people really want to know is, taxes. How will this raise my taxes? And you're concerned with, of course, how do you reach 50% plus one person in order to pass a bond election? So if you look at the residential question, which asks how do you feel about this level of taxation? And we actually described to them how much money could be raised and then how much that would impact their taxes. And so when we asked that question, I wanted to read you exactly the way we asked it. We said, which option best describes the bond amount you think makes the most sense for the district and that you would personally support? The question was based on an appraised home value of $100,000 and said if you don't own your home, assume that your rent could go up by that much, because we want the renters to know, of course, that there could be an impact to them even if they don't pay taxes directly. So you do have 77.4% who were willing to support a bond of some amount, whether that was the 25 million, the 20 million, or the 14.6 million, with the 14.6 million being the one that can be done with no tax increase. Just under half of respondents were willing to support additional taxes for a bond, so either the 20 million or the 25 million. You had 27.5% willing to support the tax increase necessary for the $25 million bond, and 20% willing to support the tax increase for a $20 million bond. So if you look at the pie chart there, you can see the majority is either doing nothing, the red, no new bond, which means no bond at all. Their taxes would go down, even though we didn't really stress that to them, that their taxes would go down, or doing nothing at all. Or you can get to a majority certainly by, if the ones who will support the $25 million bond will also support a $20 million bond and would also support the no mill increase bond of 14.6, you have super majority. You have, over 75% going that way. So the key becomes, if you're trying to do a $20 million bond, you might be able to get, probably support of the $25 million people to vote for that, because that'll be less money than they're willing to pay. But you would have to pick up some of that group that said, no, we really don't want a tax increase. So you would have some of them that you will have to persuade through the projects being popular or whatever, that they would spend a little bit more than what they were willing to do. Sometimes you can also have the case where you can have people that want to spend more who want to hold out. They want all the projects and they won't vote for something less. So it's not automatically a slam dunk to assume that the blue group is going to vote for 20 million or even the 14.6, because it is possible that they say, well, I want to pay more and I won't vote for something because it doesn't have everything I want in there. So just, keep that in mind. But the good news is there's definitely, I think, a good path forward here for a bond of some amount. I do look at this by landowners as well. In the survey, and this chart only graphs the landowners themselves, so the question had an option for I don't own any land in the district, and so I set them aside and we just graphed the ones that said they own land. So of the landowners, there were 186 people who said they owned land in the district, and that was 26.5% of your total population of people surveyed. So about 1 out of every 4 people in your district said they owned agricultural land. Of those 186, 70 out of the 186 said they were unwilling to support a bond. So they're that red group. They said no bond. That's 38% of your people. But you had 57% of landowners who said they were willing to support a bond in some amount. So the 25 million is the blue, the green is the 20 million, and the 14.6 is the yellow. So you can see there you've got, a path to get to 50% of your landowners. Now I will mention at this point, your landowners, most of them
they're those same people who already live in the district, so they already answered the question as a residential person. So, and the same thing is true of commercial property. And I do have a comparison I did with the ag land where I show, okay, do people agree if they're willing to pay taxes on their home, are they willing to pay taxes on their ag land? And if they aren't, do they answer that the same way for their home as well as their ag land? And for the most part, their answers agree with each other. So a person will say, I'm willing to pay 25 million on my house and I'm willing to pay for the $25 million on my land or on my business. Or I'm not willing to pay anything at all on either one. A little bit of discrepancy where people's answers didn't agree with each other, but for the most part, that agrees. Which means you really can just focus on the residential answer because this is included in there and jives with it. I will say this was interesting, and it was the same back on the other slide as well. You actually had more people of the ones who were willing to do a tax increase. More people were willing to do the 25 million than the 20 million. The same thing was also true of the ag property owners. They were more of the ones willing to do some kind of a tax increase, liked the 25 million over the 20 million. The same thing was also true of the commercial property owners. And that's really unusual. I've probably done 20 of these surveys, and this is the first one I've seen where usually the support falls off as the amount gets bigger. So I think you really have kind of a camp of people to be aware of that really wants to see more done. And I think that will be important as you consider how do you structure your bond. Because as I said, you don't want to assume that if you do less than what people want, they will vote for it. There sometimes can be a group that will say, I'm going to vote no. I have seen bond issues that don't pass because you'll have a group that says, well, if you don't put that thing on it that I loved, even though it was super expensive, I will vote no. So that's just something to kind of think about as you go forward, as you structure your bond, that this was an unusual situation. And so I think you ought to just at least think about that because you do have a group of people that's very supportive of your school and wants to do a lot of things, which isn't a bad problem to have at all, but it is something I think to be aware of. Now with your commercial property, you had about 33% of that 665 who said they own commercial property in your district. So that was 118 of the respondents. And of those, 39, or about a third, said they are unwilling to support a bond. So they're that red group. They're like no bond. And then you can see how the rest of them divide up with about 23% preferring no mill increase. You've got about 12% preferring the $20 million bond, and then just under 24% preferring the $25 million bond. But again, very nice to see that you do have over 50% who would support a bond of some kind. Good news is I think this is the best commercial support for a bond on the survey that I've ever seen. It's not uncommon to see, only 25% of business owners wanting to support the bond because they do get taxed at twice the rate, of residential property. But good support there from them. At that point, I would just like to stop because those are the tax slides. Are there any questions that you have up to this point? Anything that catches your eye that you want to know about?
How many paper surveys were returned? Did I miss that?
There were 99. I'm sorry, I did not tell you that. It is in the report, but there were 99.
And then what safeguards are in place to eliminate double, filling out of the survey?
So there were kind of two safeguards. One is we did put a question. So question number 1 did ask, have you taken this survey more than once? If so, please,
You don't need to submit this online, you don't need to send the paper survey back in, stop here, so those were the instructions, and that was the first question. Again, that's kind of self-reported. Now, one thing that helps control for multiple paper surveys, they were on legal-sized paper, and they were not of the quality of paper that you would have gotten if you went to Walmart. You would have been able to tell the difference, it just a little nicer paper quality. I did not see any, as I entered them, that led me to believe that somebody made their own copies of the paper survey. On the electronic survey, while it could be taken more than once, I do look at those as they come in, and there's a date timestamp on all of them. So if I saw like identical entries that looked like somebody just sat there time after time after time after time and entered the same thing, you would see that.
So you could take it on different times and different,
You could.
like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I said, the disadvantage of doing this, there is a way on the online that we can lock it down, but the only way we can do that is to make them like register or sign in through Google, which A, makes it more difficult, and then, you know, people think, you know who I am and that I took the survey. I don't. It doesn't work that way, but, you know, try to convince people of that. So I think we mentioned that and people said, no, we'll do this. So there is the possibility that there were some duplicate surveys. In fact, I do address in here, I think there were 4 surveys, if I'm remembering correctly, that somebody said, yes, I did take it already. And I just included the results. It's not really enough to probably skew things. And again, when I looked through the electronics, I didn't see anything that jumped out at me as possible duplication. But those are the only controls that we have in place there. Great question. Any other questions? Okay. We asked about 15 different projects. Really 14, because question number 5 was like A and B option of the breezeways or the electronic door control, so it was kind of an either or. But we'll call it 15. When you look at the survey, you will see graphs for each one of those charts. For each one of those questions, rather. And so you'll see a graph like this one. This is the energy efficiency, and I'm not going to go through each one of them in this manner. But you can see strong support, somewhat support, I'm somewhat opposed, I'm strongly opposed, and then on the paper pencil survey, people can leave something blank. On the online survey, they were forced to answer the question. You couldn't go on and submit the survey if you didn't answer. So on each one of these, again, you can see that. You'll also notice that underneath the heading, it says 665 respondents. It excludes the out of district. So I've tried to remind you again and again that those 19 out of district people are not included in the graph. When you are looking through the actual survey report, you'll see the first table of data, which is what this graph is made from. It does not include the 19 out of district. It clearly says that. And then by response by age and response by residency, it does say all respondents. That means those 19 out of district people, their results are in here and broken out by age and by residency, so you can see them. So they're included, but they're not in the charts. Just want to continue to stress that. I will also say question number 4, which was kind of your big list of projects, but then question number 5 also asked this same question. How do you feel about these 2 options? Strongly support, somewhat opposed, strongly opposed, and also question 16 were all asked in the same manner. That allowed us to then combine those all together to see how people felt about the projects as far as levels of support. Question 5 presented the 2 options. So I want to talk about that before I get into how I lumped them all together.
to show you what were the most popular and what had the most opposition. So on 15, this is the one that asks, do you like the option of breezeways to take care of some of the security issues that you had at the middle school and high school? Or do you like electronic door controls? And it really kind of worked out, I would call it a toss-up. The breezeways had the highest level of strong support, 33.6% compared to 32.9%, saying they strongly supported one option over the other, but again, not a whole lot of difference there. The electronic door controls had the highest level of overall support, so if you added somewhat support and strongly support together, it flip-flops. So there's actually a few more people, when you add the green and the blue together, who like the electronic door controls than like the breezeways. Breezeways had the highest percentage of respondents who were strongly opposed, 23% compared to 18.6%. So really a toss-up. I don't know that this question gives clear direction. I will say you don't really have anything here that, rises above, 2/3 majority supporting the project. So this may be a project you might choose not to do either one. But really didn't get a clear direction one way or the other. Or maybe the cost will be your guide on this. But that's what the survey had to say about that. So then I start looking at, I combine everything. So I took everything in question 4, everything in question 5, everything in question 6. So those were your projects. And I look at them according to really those same charts, and we just look at the percentages. So by order of support, and here I added strongly support and somewhat support, so the blue and the green, and strongly oppose and somewhat oppose, which would be the red and yellow. I added them together and then make this rank order. What projects have the most support? What projects have the most opposition? So on the left, you have support, and on the right, you have opposition. So HVAC was your most supported project, 78.2% either having strong support or somewhat supporting the project. Roof replacement right behind that at 77%. Energy efficiency, those were windows, 76.5%. So you have a really clear top 3, all within just a couple of percentage points of each other in terms of people supporting them. Next in line, when looking at, again, the blue and the green added together, would be remodeling the old ag shop at 65%, maintaining the parking lots at 64.8%, and then the electronic door control system between buildings at 63%. In the report, it runs down the entire list, and since you don't have that in front of you, do you want me to talk you through that, or do you prefer to look at that on your own?
Yeah, we're good.
You're good.
Okay. Then order of opposition, the most opposed was the irrigation at 63%, new concession stand 52%, updating the press box, resurfacing the tennis courts, updating the theater, and then the breezeways. So again, you get down there where you can see the breezeways and the electronic door control system. They're really very close to each other. One of the things that I have seen in other surveys that we have done, particularly as you begin to push the money threshold of what people are willing to pay, probably don't want to go much below about 65%. If you're trying to, encourage people to pay for something that it maybe is more than what they were willing to pay. Somewhere there around 65%, 70% support. People are like, no, I don't need that, I don't want that, so I'm not willing to pay more for it. So I think that's just kind of an important number to keep in mind as well.
Now, I also looked at this in terms of strong support. So this would be only the blue column. So taking away the I somewhat support it. How many strong supporters do we have? Same thing with opposition. Strongly opposed on the right. And for the most part, they follow the same rank order. HVAC, roof replacement, energy efficiency, still your top ones with over the moon kinds of strong support. Upgrading the middle school track now pops onto the list, constructing new entrances and restrooms at the football field, and breezeways now makes this list. So you notice that the electronic door control falls off the top 6. Breezeways pops on when you go to the strong support versus combining strong and somewhat. Over on opposition, almost the same list: irrigation, new concession, press box, tennis courts. You've still got those as your top 4 most opposed. Constructing new entrances and restrooms at the football field pops onto the list, and upgrading the middle school track pops onto the list. So a little bit of change there when we look at just strong opposition versus any kind of opposition. Now in the survey report, we'd be getting into the section that will be cross-tabulation, which is where I take how did people who answered this question over here, in this case, you had a question about just how willing are you to support the bond? Very highly supportive, somewhat supportive, undecided, opposed, somewhat opposed. And how did people who said I'm undecided, how did that group of people, there were 184 who said they were undecided, how did they feel about how much money this is going to cost them? And so that's what this represents. You have 9.2% of the undecideds said they really aren't willing to support any kind of a bond. So this is no money. Their taxes are going to go down. Again, we didn't really point that out to them, but they said no new bond. The majority, 60.3%, said they like the 14.6 million. Keep my taxes the same, no mill increase. That's what we like. You had 22.8% of the undecideds who said they're willing to support the $20 million bond, and the $25 million that they would be willing to support the 25 million. And I apologize, I got the coloring off on that slide. My intention is that I keep the colors the same, and I added this one at the last minute. I didn't get the colors fixed, so that'll be fixed in your printed report. Any questions about this slide? Okay. I did the same kind of chart for you on the undecideds, and really it tracks very closely with all the other people. So when you do the 665 compared to just the undecideds, for the most part, they have the same favorites and the same things that they're very opposed to. So that's kind of good news when you're trying to wrestle with what do you include and what do you not include. There wasn't a lot of discrepancy from this group and your total survey respondents. I also looked at the support for projects and the willingness to support a bond just kind of across all levels of bond supporters. So if you supported 14.6, if you supported 20 million, if you supported 25 million, did your priorities change? And again, people tracking very close to the same thinking as far as their top projects, top 3 were identical across all 3 groups of people, whichever level of bond they supported. They liked the HVACs, they liked the roofs, and they liked the energy efficiency. With the 20 million group, the energy efficiency was actually tied for 4th place with another one. And the things that were opposed, kind of the same list: irrigation, constructing the new concession stand,
the press box, the tennis court resurfacing, those last two kind of flip-flop depending on what group. But I think you get a pretty clear picture what your most popular projects are and what your least popular projects are. You have agreement from all groups of people there. And then last but not least in the survey, you find the open-ended questions. So this was question 11, and it simply said, is there anything else, that you think we should be including? So people could free write whatever they wanted to. I will say there were 3 responses that I excluded because they were either critical of an individual or just used really profane language. I will be giving those to Mr. Hatfield and he can do with them whatever he and you wish, but they will not appear in the survey. And that's kind of typical, you give a survey. I think it's good that you only had that many that, took advantage of the opportunity to take a pot shot at somebody. But I did tally these, so anything that 3 or more people mentioned, it got tallied as a theme. You have the full text of all of the information here with the exception of those 3 that I mentioned. So you can read them. I would encourage you to do that. There's a lot of good information. I would also say I did not tally things like no new taxes. That was that was expressed through there quite a bit. I feel like, we had the tax question that collected that in a much better way for you than, tallying all of those up. So you've already got that information in another way. So I didn't tally those. So things that people said, the pool aqua center, 9 people mentioned it supporting it and 1 person mentioned it opposing it. I know that has been something that's had some conversation with you and the city, the rec, whatever. So I felt like that was good information you would want. Lincoln Kitchen and Cafeteria was mentioned 6 times. Some sort of multi-purpose athletic facility or a space for cheerleading or a space for indoor baseball practice. Anything that was kind of like that, I lumped that together. There were 5 like that. 4 people mentioned adding parking at Lincoln. 4 people mentioned the walking bridge. One person said and a sidewalk to connect all that together. A sound system at various athletic fields. So some people said all athletics. Somebody said like the football and maybe the tennis courts. Anything that talked about sound system at one of your outdoor facilities, I counted there. Upgrade or sod the practice fields. 3 people mentioned that. 3 people just kind of mentioned building security in general. So that's your survey in a nutshell. You've got an 83-page report, which I said Adam has the PDF of, and within the next week, you will have the nice printed copies that you will have so you can go through those and mark on them and use them. Again, results for each question by age, you're themed. I would really encourage you to read all of the open-ended responses. And last but not least, I am happy to dive back into anything that you want. So I can take any one of these questions, and if you want to know, well, how did people who said they really like this thing, how do they feel about this other project? I can put those things together and give you that information. It would just be overwhelming and if I did all of it. So you tell me if there's anything like that that you want, I can do it. I can also come to any meeting that you have that you're trying to discuss things, and I can sit there in real time as questions come up and do the pivot chart and give you the information. So with that, I thank you for your time, and do you have any questions?
I just need time to digest it all.
Yeah, it's a lot. It really is a lot.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for
so
working on
much.
that.
We'll get that out to you. Thank you. Thanks, man.
All right, next up, the 23-24 audit.
Yes, Harold is here. Always good, exciting Harold visits to talk about the audits. So, thank you for being here, Harold.
My understanding is you have an electronic copy of it. So we'll split past the table of contents to the independent audit report. This is not part of the financial statement. You have opted out of what they call GAAP reporting, which is generally accepted accounting principles, and into statutory basis. But this is a matter of public record, so we have to tell the public that. So that second paragraph is saying that we've given an adverse opinion on generally accepted accounting principles, but the third paragraph is saying we're giving a clean or unmodified opinion on the regulatory basis of accounting. We describe a little bit about what the adverse opinion is. Basically, it's no opinion. And if we go down a little bit further, we ask or talk about what the manager's responsibility for the financial statements are, which is the fair presentation in accordance with statutory basis. Our purpose is to exercise professional judgment and maintain professional skepticism throughout the audit, identify and assess the risk material statement of financial statements, obtain an understanding of internal controls, evaluate the appropriateness of the accounting principles or policies used, and conclude in our judgment that there is no issue about a going concern with the school district. We also have to give an opinion on the supplemental information, which is where all the detail is at for each one of the funds. And we give a good, clean opinion on it. Due to the fact that you have so much federal funding, the last paragraph on page 2 is basically telling you that there's another report under governmental auditing standards. And last but not least, back in the detail, we also show 23 compared to 24. And we indicate that those were also audited and that they are fairly stated in accordance with statutory basis report. On page 4 and 5, we get to see all of the funds listed in basically a summary type form, taking you from beginning unencumbered cash to ending unencumbered cash, adding back the payables in order to come up with what your ending cash was for the district, which was $9,901,352. If you look just at the beginning and ending unencumbered cash, you went from $7.6 million to $9.3 million. So we've seen an increase in the funds, but it was basically in just a few of those funds. At risk went up the most. We saw some increase in the capital outlay, also in the post-secondary education, and also in the textbook and student materials. The rest of the funds saw a decrease until you get down to bond and interest, which also was one that saw an increase. And you see about 2/3 of the page down where we talk about the federal grants, and it has a bracket around it. What that means is it was in the negative at the end of the year. Generally, that's a statutory violation, except in the case where it's federal funding, in which the federal government requires you to spend the money before they give you the money. So that's what that is. At the end of the year, federal government owed you, well, between the federal and the state, was $1.8 million. Now, the interesting thing about that is, if you look back up at the at-risk, you see it's grown quite a bit. The reason it's grown quite a bit is because we're finally coming to an end on some of this federal money that was due to COVID. And as a result, you're able to spend what at-risk was normally spent for down under the federal funding. And so now that is going away, you're going to see more coming out of that at-risk. So we look good this year, but with the decrease in the federal funds, and no longer available for some of those purposes, we might see a decrease next year in terms of the overall funds. If you turn to page 9, you get to look at, since you were so much looking here at debt and possibilities here. Your beginning balance was $20,735,000. You paid almost $2 million on that, so it's down to $18,745,000, and that is due over a number of years, up to and including 2035, when the final payment on those bonds will be due. Page 10 and 11. I only bring this one up, and I do it each year just to clarify what's going on here. So at the second, it's the last paragraph on page 11. it says you should have a net pension liability under capers of $14,428,362. That's the only place that that number appears in this. It's not a part of the expense on any of the funds because it's considered a long term, and long term liabilities aren't shown in the financial statements. But to clarify what that 14 million is, if you have teachers today, they're anticipating that they're going to stay with the district for their whole working life, that they're going to live to a certain age, that they're going to die, and at that point in time, they'll start making payments, and they'll only make those payments up until then. So then they'll amortize that, or not amortize it, present value it back to today. So that's what the 14,428,000 is, and actually it's not even as of today because they're always following a year behind. Those numbers, the talks about June 30th of 2023 in December. They're actually taking the numbers from a year ago and saying that's what you owe because they're a year behind. The June 2024 report just came out, so it comes out way late. And, so the numbers that go into this report are always a year behind. What's going on page 12, I do indicate that the federal grants for ESSER 3 had a negative unencumbered by cash balance of $1,000,009, which will be covered by grant funds, and the federal grant from the KDHE grant had a negative unencumbered cash balance of $2,178, which will also be covered by grant funds in the year 2025. Page 14 and 15, the state likes to see several things summarized. So here, they're just looking at each fund and making sure that it's not over the budget that was agreed upon and issued for the year 2024. And you see there's none that have a positive number under that far right column. They're all either bracketed amounts or zero, and that's what you want to see there. General fund, if you turn to page 16 and 17, and it goes on to page 18, is a fund that you always try to bring to zero. But you did see an increase in funding from $12,700,000 to $13,000,001. Most of that was used in terms of salaries. If you look right below that under instructional salaries. So if you turn to page 18, you're going to see that it's zeroed out. Your supplemental general fund also saw an increase due to the ad valorem taxes and the state aid from $3,700,000 to $4,000,000, and it saw a slight increase of about $72,000 if you turn to page 20. Even though it did make some substantial transfers again this year. At risk K to 12, which is on page 22. All the money that comes into it is transferred from general and supplemental general. So the reason it grows is, again, general and supplemental general wasn't required to make the transfers to risk at it's quite the levels they have to have, and the money was being spent more out of what was going on in the federal funding area. So all those combined is the reason that fund has grown so large here in the last couple of years, and will start to go down this next year. Capital outlay was another fund that saw an increase. Basically, it also saw an increase in ad valorem taxes and also state aid. And the only thing that really brought that down much was the fact that you had some outside contracts going on for improvements. And as a result, it increased by $236,000. After that, other than textbook, we made some transfers right at year end over to textbooks because next year you're planning on using that funding for some curriculum changes that usually amount to quite a bit. So that's the reason it's going to change. Food service has been a fund that's been going up over the last few years, but this year you're starting to finally equal out in terms of it's all either free and reduced, or it's students paying for the meals and not all federal money like it was before. So it's down $122,000 for the year. And think that's about all that I'm gonna say, talk about the textbook. So if we go to federal grants, just to show you a little bit how this works, on page 37 and 38, we have Title I, Carl Perkins, Title II, they're all sitting with some unencumbered cash left, but if you look at ESSER 3, it's sitting at 1.9 million, and the KDH grant is sitting at 2,000, so that money has come in since then. We have it all now, but at that point in time, we didn't. After that, we go back to page 48, and that's your schedule of tenures for federal awards. You're required to have an audit for two reasons. One, statutory basis, or statutory statutes require you to have an audit, but the other one is because of your federal funding. If you spend more than $750,000 in a year during this time frame, you're subject to a single audit. That is changing. They're increasing that to $1 million before you have to have a single audit. And a single audit is simply a compliance audit on top of the financial audit. So we're compliance testing these grants. So that will kick in, but unfortunately they made it effective October the 1st of 2024. So it's kind of one of those things you really kind of need to stuck with 750 again this year, and then after that it'll be $1 million. But because of that, on page 51, we're required to have an audit report under governmental auditing standards, in which we look at internal controls and compliance. And it's a negative assurance, if you read the whole way through this letter, basically meaning that we don't test every transaction. We pick here, pick here, pick here. And out of those ones that we picked, we did not find any deficiencies or material weaknesses. And then we felt that you were in compliance with the federal governmental auditing standards. On page 53 and 54, you have one other part, and that is honing down into specific grants and looking at those specific grants to see if they have any issues. And that means looking at their compliance issues as well as internal controls. And again, we did not find anything that led us to believe that there was an issue with how those federal funds were spent for the year. So you have a clean and unqualified opinion on that. There is a management letter which wasn't handed out, but you can have it here. And it really says that just two small things, and that is that there is getting to be some old checks out there. So kind of need to look at those and start retiring some of those checks. My suggestion has always been to school districts that if it's to a vendor, you void the check. If it's to an employee who hasn't cashed it, then it's probably a check you have to send over to the state. Now the reason for those two variances is that technically, if you void an employee's check that's part of his wages, then you have to change his W-2, and that goes back 2 years. It gets kind of messy. But I'm not in agreement with sending the state a bunch of money so that they can just sit there and hang on to it and use it how they see it, and somebody finally gets around to questions when they write a check. So that's the reason I don't suggest doing it with vendors.
So all these pages are old or outstanding checks, or where?
Old outstanding checks.
All of this.
No, just.
These are entries. These are
Oh, those are the entries, yes, there's also includes the entries in there, but yeah, it's just there's just a small paragraph that talks about outstanding checks, and I'm also trying to make sure that you keep more current maybe with the accruals on payrolls, taxes and stuff. I know that you had some times when people weren't able to keep up with that. And, as you get better with that, it'll create less journal entries. That's a part of those journal entries is trying to clean up the withholding accounts. Okay.
That's what I have.
Anyone have any questions? Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Just let you know, thank you.
Thanks, Harold.
All right, next up, the Teacher and Student Award.
Is Carter here?
They might be gone.
Nope, I don't know where Carter went, so, we can come back to it if they step back in.
His scarf's still here, so.
Okay. I guess table it and then we'll come back to it if they.
Okay, perfect. Then next up would be the National BPA competition.
Yes, good news for BPA, so let's get your name up here. Yeah.
All right, you guys, I'm here this night. Russ asked me if there was anything to share with you, and so at first I sent him just an estimate on what it costs for each student to go, which is about $1,500, and then we had a flyer made up for the 5 that are eligible to go, and I said, oh, you might pass that out to them too, so I'm not sure if you guys received that in your packets. Okay, all right, so you know who's going and what events they're participating in. The event will take place May 7th through the 11th in Anaheim, California, and Orlando, Florida. I'm sorry. And we have not made reservations, obviously, for airfare yet or anything, so we just wanted to get permission from the board to do out-of-state travel before we do that. And so that's what I'm here for tonight, is to request permission to do that. The total cost is about $9,000 between the 5 students and 1 advisor. We're down to about $2,200, but we still need to raise, and we have a plan to cover that, so I think we're gonna be just fine, so.
Great.
Yep, so I think we're good to go on that part, so I just need permission to make reservations.
I would motion that we allow BPA to travel to national conference in Orlando, Florida.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
All right, well, thank you. I'll get ahold of Leslie tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, sounds good, thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Congrats to the kids.
Thanks.
Awesome. All right, next up, top 10% scholarship language.
Yes, so saw Kelly come in.
Hey guys. So I know that you guys are aware that the language changes after this year. We're moving from the lauds that we have to back to ValSal, top 10%, and all that. But kind of what we had, or what was put into place, was kids, like when they take the old language set, the AP classes, that when they took those, that they would be weighted, like on a 5. The class would be weighted if they passed the AP exam. The issue with that is that they don't take those AP tests until May, and so we don't get the scores back till July. So if they take any AP classes their senior year, they're really not going to see the benefit of taking those, having that weighted class, or that if they pass the test, I should say. So we were talking about trying to get the language changed just a little bit, and I think I submitted something to you guys at the bottom. Saying that just basically all AP classes would be weighted, and there's no minimum amount that they would have to take, and there's nothing about really having to take the test or pass the test necessarily. But obviously it would behoove them to take more AP classes and to do better in them, because then their GPA will raise at that point. But that's kind of what we were just trying to kind of get some clarification on that, just so we can be, because again, next year will come. We'll be at this time next year, and I'll be trying to figure out who's our leaders. So
I'm curious, what's the test? Is that if you take an AP class, can you also get college credit?
Yes.
Is that the test?
Yes. So you don't have to take the AP test if you don't want to. If you take the AP test and get with a certain score, and it really depends on the college that you're trying to work with to get that credit. You can get college credit for that class. So for example, I have seniors that took AP Lit last year as juniors, and they scored like a 3 on the AP exam. So they were able to work with Callie to submit that AP score to get like credit for like Comp 1. So they don't have to take Comp 1, and they get it on their transcript, and they can move on and take Comp 2 this semester. Some kids, I had a couple kiddos that got 4s, so they were able to get Comp 1 and 2 waived. Now, they still have to take a high school English class, but at least they got the college credit for that. So, and Cali will give it to them for free. I mean, I think they have to take like a minimum of 12 hours through Cali to get that credit, but they'll get that credit. So, and they don't have to take it, like I said, and it, you know, some kids don't do as well. And the AP test does cost.
That's what it's,
Yeah.
that's my next question.
Yeah, it was, oh gosh, I want to say it's less, it's probably around like 90, I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, $90, $100 to take the test.
So
per
really,
test.
it's kind of an unfair, this is really better because you have to pay and it's an extra cost and then that might be the reason they don't take it, the test.
And there are like, I've got kids like if they're on, you know, if they get free and reduced, they can get like a discount fee to pay, so.
Our current honor system, we don't, we have that you have to take AP classes. But we nowhere in there do we talk about an exam, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, so the way the lauds are now, like summa cum laude is the highest, and you have to take at least 3 AP classes. We have 4 total right now, so you have to take 3. Magna cum laude, you have to take 2, and then the cum laude, the lowest, you have to have 1. But also ACT scores go with that as well, with each of those levels and whatnot, so. I also added on there that like our GPA, when it comes time to looking at that, that we do that based off of their 7th semester. That's what a lot of schools do. So basically after, you know, December of their senior year, that's kind of that's the GPA we work with, as to see where they fall. Just because things aren't settled, you know, really before they graduate. And a lot of times, you know, kids are applying and they those honors, we have to get that stuff out to the press and we have to get it, you know, things like that, let them know if they're going to be giving a speech or whatever it might be. So, you know, waiting until schools or till their grades are final just doesn't really work that well. So, questions about anything?
No, we used to have weighted, you know, grades and that kind of was the problem. That's the reason we went to these other lauds and all that. So is this different than that way it was or?
Yes, well, we did like honors classes. Like I used to teach honors English, and those classes were weighted. The honors were, yeah. So we didn't have to do AP back then.
Are they sort of the same except for the test?
Probably, yeah. And the AP you have to follow like their curriculum. They have a curriculum that you have to kind of abide by and go through. If Carla was still here, she could probably talk more about it because she teaches AP Gov, but. So, and then the ACT score, I added it there, that, you know, there's a December ACT and there's a February ACT and then it goes to April. So if they could have that ACT score, like whatever final score we're going to use to determine, like if we're going to be a tiebreaker, that maybe they take it, like that December ACT would be the last one they could take their senior year. Because it'll take, you know, 6 weeks to get their scores back. Other than that, we're looking at the February one, which probably is still doable, but it's still going to be a little bit tighter schedule for turnaround. So that was just some of the clarifications, like I said. So, any questions?
And this is just discussion only, we can bring it back.
Yeah,
for
if
vote.
you want some time, that's completely fine.
Yeah, and that's totally fine. Yeah, so we don't need it for this year yet, so we're good.
Would you like this back next month?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
You
Or do you want,
bring it back next month?
or do you just want it in handbooks, or how do you?
We could do that. We don't need it for next year, we can do it with that.
Yeah, I
It's up to
just
you guys,
need
or you
to
can do it
think
separately.
about a lot of, I just haven't had time to process, so.
No, yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
meant.
we'll bring it with handbooks.
Saying
then.
if you want next month.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Anyone else have any questions for Kelly?
Is there any way, not kind of stupid with numbers and percents, so.
No.
Is there any way a top 10% person can score higher than, can a top 10% person be first or second in the class?
Yeah, I mean, the top 10% is just the top 10% GPAs of the class. So yeah.
Is there, on that version we were just talking about, there's a requirement for enrollment in 8 semesters of core classes, but how do we apply this to kids that may have different academic tracks? Like, do you have to follow the traditional?
Not necessarily. The only thing that was put into place was that they have, they take those core classes, English, math, science, social studies, every semester they're in high school. So, like for example, my kiddos who got the AP score, they took, and since they didn't have to take comp, they took the college public speaking first semester, and that counted as their English class. And the second semester, maybe they're going to take comp 2, or they're going to take. I've got one that's taken just I think just a college lit class because she didn't need it, but she still needed an English credit. I don't know that it's ever really been an issue for any kid who didn't. AP Gov works, or they can take college government or high school government along with we have like current events, or they could take a college psychology or sociology class counts as a social studies credit. So there's a lot of different ways they can piece those 8 semesters together. So.
And I don't know how the weighted stuff works. I don't know, but is there any need to specify how the final GPA will be calculated and how weighted AP class factor into the overall GPA? Or is that just a given with the formula?
It's given because we can set it in Infinite Campus, so like we can have that class weighted. So like if a kid gets an A, that's 5 GPA points. Okay. And if it gets a B, it could be 4 GPA points. So when Infinite Campus figures it, it will do this magical math and figure that out, whatever that looks like. Because I taught English now, come on.
That's what I was wondering, if we needed to have transparency around that process and how it's calculated. Like, is there just one way to calculate it, or are there variables? JJ's saying yes.
There's just one,
Okay.
and the computer does it
Okay.
for them.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, thank you, Kelly.
That'll solve
Appreciate
a
it.
lot of problems. Having weighted classes, I think, will solve a lot of problems.
And it really does. Every class is different. So it'll be, this senior class is different than last year's senior class. So like we've got, I got 12 kids tied for top 10% right now. So.
Yeah,
To the next
Yeah.
one.
Next one's the honors. Might as well, we're good, moving on?
Yep, I think we just need to discuss the scholarships.
Okay, so the honors criteria now. The
Yeah.
same thing?
The casino
The
stuff. Kansas
Kansas Star, just like that dispersion part. I guess I don't really know what questions you guys have. When it was, I don't know, when I inherited it, when I came in, this is how they did it. The casino says you get this much money for a valedictorian and a salutatorian in the top 10%. So then it was just kind of all put, we put it into a pool, and then try to just divvy it up amongst however many lauds there are for that year, and try to make it fair so that they each get an equitable amount as what's, to the level of what they achieved, I guess. So,
I think the conversation came up because the 10%ers, we were taking their money, using it to go into the pool, but they weren't getting it.
Right.
I think is how this originally came up.
Yeah.
Is the casino managing the payouts, or how does the money go from the casino to the college?
the casino does pay, or the casino disperses the money. So once the kids have to follow all the steps to apply and submit their proof of enrollment and their schedule and all the things, and then the casino will give the money to the college.
So we don't ever collect anything.
No.
It's not ever in our hands.
No.
And so if the student drops out second semester, but the money's already been sent over, casino handles that. Getting that
Correct.
money back. We're not
Yes.
handling the actual money.
Correct.
So we have this theoretical pool of money that we just determine how it's. Do we notify the casino then?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We give them names and amounts.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the casino, I know it's been this way for a long time and I didn't pay attention to it because this year I had, last year. So the casinos they say on their website that they give $7,000, I think it is, for valedictorian and $6,000 for
6,500.
salutatorian, something like that. we're gonna use those numbers.
Yeah.
So is that what they give us, the 7,000, the 6,000, and then we throw in the 10% money?
So
Because last year, I was just shocked that the top people got $7,000 each, because that's almost more.
well,
Because people I talked to who had kids in previous years with the lots are saying, whoa,
well,
you know.
so two things go into that. The first thing is it really depends on how many lodges you have. Because last year I think they had 7, and I have 12 this year. So that depends on, and then it even depends on where they fall. Like how many SUMAs top people do you have, and how many middle, and how many, so every year it's not the same amount.
So will the casino send you that much money? Or do they still just send the 7 and the 6, 13,000, and then the top 10%?
So they send, so then let me finish answering your first question. So then they will, so it depends on that. And then last year, they upped their payment. Hey, good news, in April, we're gonna give you more money. So every kid got, instead of like $1,000, they got $1,500. Top 10%, instead of $2,000, they got $2,500. And then they upped the Val Sal. This year, we just got word the other day that they're back to their normal. So now it's back down again.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that is why it's different every year, because again, it depends on the casino, how much money they are giving, and then how many kids we have to divide it amongst. Again, some classes are higher achieving than others, so you have more kids who reach that level. So.
Okay, my second question was, does the casino give us 7,000 plus 6,000? Because that's what they send the other towns in our county.
Right.
7, that's 13.
Right.
And then the casino sends us $2,500 for each top 10% person.
Correct.
So that's the money you're gonna divide between the 12.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it would
Actually,
be
more than that, because you have 4 lotties that are not in the top 10%, but they're still included in that pool.
So this year, like for example, there will be top 10% will get $2,000. We have 12 of those, so that would be 24,000, right? And then they'll give us 4,000 for salutatorian, 5,000 for valedictorian. So there's 9 more thousand. So that's 33,000 that we will be getting.
I thought we had 107 students. Wouldn't that be 11 students if we round up?
We have 106 is what we turned in. We just looked at that today.
10% of that would be
10. But we have 12 that are tied. So you do the whole 12.
Okay.
Because we have 12 kids who have 4 photos in that class.
Okay.
I just realized last year about the top 10%, because like I said, I didn't pay attention.
Yeah.
And when I called Sonia at the casino, she was shocked. I mean, and I know she's told different stories, kind of, because she was shocked that we had not been giving the top 10% their share. So, which is what brought it to my attention, because I'm like, we get 13,000 for all those lots, so how do we?
Right.
I didn't know we didn't give the top 10%.
We always give her exactly what we're giving out and what it's for. So she's never said anything. But it says in multiple places, even on the thing they just sent out, the school will be responsible for determining how the monies are divided.
Right.
So
that's what she said. But
we don't give it. You said we always give it to how it's supposed to be sent out, but we don't give it to the 10%ers.
What do you mean how it's supposed to be sent
Like
out?
they give us money for the 10%ers, but we don't.
Well, they also give us money for a salutatorian and a valedictorian. I mean, we have a clear top performer in this class and a clear salutatorian in this class they're not going to be getting that money either. I mean, even because we don't recognize that. We don't recognize the top 10%. That's not part of our system right now, or hasn't been.
I wish Jason was here because he was on the board when they did all that. I'm just curious why it wasn't. Which is too late. It's going to change next year anyway, but I think whatever change, I see a lot of what's next year is going to be written down. It's in, it's in black and white. But I can't find anywhere, where this changed a lottie is written down other than.
Or that it's been translated to the casino fund. We can do honors. That could be its own separate thing, but how do we ever intertwine the two?
That was before me, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I did a lot of math on this, and I haven't found a way where we divide that pool of money between so many people and you don't end up on, like, you can't double dip, essentially. You can't be part of this payout and then also get your 25 or 1,500 even, right? To be just the regular student without any
Right.
honors that goes on. And so sometimes depending on how many people we're dividing by and what we set those variables at, a lot of times you're getting less as an honor in this system than you are as if you would just go and get your $1,500.
I don't know that it's ever. I don't know that anybody's gotten less than them. Like the way we try to work it is that you're not getting just.
Right, because we've never included, I'm saying if we include the 10%ers.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to make it fair. 'Cause
Right.
in my opinion, those 10%ers should be getting something because they're the ones that have earned, we're taking their money and putting it in a pool. I think they should deserve part of the payout.
Mhm.
So that's my thought on that. But when we do the math and we have all those people included, they get like the short end of the stick because we are dividing it amongst so many people. They get less than the 1,500, the basic payout.
I guess my big question through the whole thing, and I know it's gonna be over, but it bugs me. And it's not your question, it's not for you, because I know you've only been there so long. When this was done, wish Jason was here, when this was done, and you weren't here either. When this was done, did the board say, okay, to pay for this, guys, we're gonna just not give the top 10% any money? That's just, you would know.
It probably wasn't a board decision, to be honest.
Well, I think
mean,
it was, because, I mean.
far with like the casino dispersing of the money, it probably didn't run through the board, maybe.
Well, there was,
Well, they
because the
added
board.
on to it over time, because at first it was just $1,000 per kid in the county. And then at some point they added honors onto it. and
Well, there was
it's just been a
always, there was
circle.
always money from the casino for Kumwati and, or no, valedictorian and salutatorian, always, I mean, not always, it's a casino practice.
I thought they added that. So
Because that's when you used to have 15.
Because I remember the first year that they did the $1,000, we called every kid up on the stage, it was 1,000, that was really
Well,
cool, but I don't remember there being.
When we had like 10 valedictorians, remember, that's why that wasn't good, so we changed to cum laude. I just would like to know why they quit. The top 10% should get something, so, okay, I'm done.
I'd like to see if there's a way we can brainstorm to include the 10%ers. That's just my only request. If the math doesn't make sense, we can look at it, but I just wanna make sure that we're including those 10%ers.
Okay.
Thanks,
And then if
Kelly.
we include them and they get less than 1,500, could we say, no, I'm just thinking, they don't have to take it, they could take the 1,500, but then we have money back in the pool and we don't know what to do with it.
They're only gonna get 1,000 this year,
That's right.
because they went back down again.
Okay.
So, yeah, so they're gonna,
1,000,
I mean, I say 1,000,
2,000.
I say every kid's going to get, every graduate who goes through the steps
Yeah.
will get 1,000. And then the top 10%, I believe, she didn't really specify that much. I need to get more specific. I need to reply to her because she talked about the $1,000, but she didn't really clarify how much for top 10 and Val Sal. So I just was assuming that made us going back to, everything else is going back to what it was 2 years ago. So I do need to find that out, but I'm assuming that that's the case, so. No, I am open, again, it's not my money to disperse, we just try to be as fair as we can when
And
we're
it's
looking at
hard
it.
when you have that many kids.
Yeah.
And then you have the other variable of certain kids, I think there were 4 kids that were not in the top 10%, so we weren't getting the money for them, but we have to disperse it because they're part of the Lottie system, Lot or whatever. So, yeah, it's a lot of variables.
I'm just having a lot of stuff.
So.
Thanks, Kelly.
What do you need from me, I guess, let's look at that. Do you guys wanna divide the money and look at it and do all that and then get back to me?
No.
Are you sure?
What are the students being told, I guess? Like, what's the expectation? Like, are you like, hey, you're graduating with honors, so you're part of the casino, like, this is how much you're gonna, or what conversations are being had? Are they expecting the cum laudes or cum laudes?
I don't know that they know what to expect yet because I didn't know. I wasn't sure what they were getting. So really haven't had that conversation with them as far as what, and really I don't think we just really tell them until right at scholarship time, like, hey, this is what you're getting.
And they're still graduating with the honors through the school.
Right.
So it doesn't have to be directly correlated with the payout from the casino. They still get their accolades, they still get all the stuff that they deserve.
I think I started this whole thing because when I found out about the top 10%.
Thanks, Pat.
I know, I just hated kids missing out on their money.
I know, and it's
Yeah.
so great. And
So
I hate to be
wonderful.
like greedy with with casino because I'm very appreciative of all they do, but it's like
And $7,000 a
Well,
piece just about blew me away.
oh yeah, well again,
Yeah,
it's
but
just
I
a
know,
different
I know.
level of kids and so
I know, I just, that is.
yeah, for sure. So
Okay.
okay. Well, thank you guys.
Thank you
Have a good
guys,
night.
appreciate it.
Appreciate it, thanks.
Bye.
So is she coming back at any point?
We can do it however you want.
Well, she said we're gonna check on the numbers.
I mean, do you guys want a disbursement sheet of money to agree or disagree with, or what? What they're gonna need, what these guys are gonna need is support.
No.
If this comes out and there's complaints or something, they're gonna need your support that you knew what it was, right?
Well, I think
So-
last year there was just no knowledge from our part, so we were
Right.
trying to field questions on, not that it was right or wrong, we just didn't know, and that's I think where this conversation came from. It's
So
like, how
so
do
we
you
can
decide?
do.
I don't
whatever
think
the
we need a
board-
disbursement sheet. I just think we need to just make sure that, like she said, the top 10 are being recognized more than the normal. Is that what you're
Yeah.
thinking?
You know, when I was in school, I think there was 20%, top 20, because I probably was not in the top 10. In the graduation where they list everybody's name, there's a little asterisk, by it, which is minor, but it wasn't, I felt pretty smart. I was surprised I had a star on my name, but it was 20%, but, you know what I'm saying, can we do something like that just to recognize the top 10%? So an asterisk by their names, that didn't cost anything.
With a key.
Well, yeah, there was a key.
That's not.
Hey, why didn't you see? Oh, a key.
You have what you need?
I think I'm good.
Okay. All right, next up, transportation contracts.
Yes, so the district put out our 5-year contract with Durham will be ending in June, and so the district put out an RFP for transportation services to try to put together another future contract. And we did actually talk to a few companies that called us and asked us questions, but at the end, Durham was the only bid that we got back, and so that we put that in your packet. We also, just since you're looking at one bid, we also put the prior contract that we're coming off of in there, so you can kind of do a comparison there. And so that is up for discussion this evening. We have
It's a
a
big
great
packet.
relationship with Durham. They have, and Heather's here this evening, so. And so Heather and I are on the phone way more than either of us want to be, hashing out things and making sure that kids are taken care of and families are taken care of. So I appreciate Heather and all her work. And like I said, I was thrilled 5 years ago when we went through this process. I was thrilled to get Durham back. We did have some other bids at the time, and the board did decide to continue with Durham at that time, which was great. I know we have, Heather has numerous employees that live in our community that work for that company, and so it's also a positive thing for supporting community members that work for Durham. So anyway, that is out there for discussion, and just wanted to have whatever information you need to
Can I just make a motion?
decision there.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to thank Heather. I had a conversation with her earlier, and I had no idea how complex the routes were.
Yep.
Like, she just opened my eyes to like the complexity of like this control center. It was just like, I had no idea. So thank you, Heather, for explaining all that to me and answering my questions.
Thank you for calling and checking and
Yeah.
seeing how it would affect us.
Sure.
I move that we renew the contract with Durham Professor.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same.
All right, thank you. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's a lot more phone calls with me. I apologize. So, thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
All right, next up, internet services.
Yes, we now move into the Chad Show. It's,
Excited, the air conditioner's on at least, so you feel that now.
yes, Kelly, thank you for working on that in the background. I can tell. I can
was
tell.
wondering what was going on.
I can tell there was a lot of
It's
bustling.
like-
but-
It's
I
like,
might
it's
need my jacket.
77 over there, 78. Okay, so last month in your packet, I had all of this stacked information. Last Thursday, Ryan, Darcy, and I met to go through and score the bids based upon what was submitted to us, and that was what was included in the rubrics. The scored rubrics is what was included in your packet this month. And so you should have all access to all of that information. The three factors that we looked at were cost, which has to be the most heavily weighted on the rubric, prior experience, and then local support / customer service. And again, all of those are rated there. If they don't have a score, it's because they didn't turn something in for us to score. So on the internet contracts and on the dark fiber, AT&T just submitted just kind of a sheet. They didn't actually give us anything to score. And then for WANRAC, they didn't turn in an internet bid. And so I worked with Ryan to clarify that with Tori from Orion, who helps us with all the E-rate process. And so that's what we have there for you. In the information that we sent out to you all last week, there was a little bit of confusion. I did clarify with Tori, we do need to have action on this specific tonight because we have to have this turned in right after spring break. So as far as
Yeah, that's my fault in my notes. We got together after I sent that to you.
So we're looking for a motion to continue with USA Connections, is that correct?
Yeah, 5 years gives us the best cost rate, and so that's what our recommendation is.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion, and can I get a second?
Second.
Got a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
All right. We're gonna have internet and transportation. Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brian.
No, go ahead. Technology's next.
Technology's next. So Chad and Ryan and Darcy have been working hard together to work their way through technology and try to stay within budget and all the fun things that we have to do.
So last month in your packet again, Ryan had shared a plethora of quotes. He did a lot of work to get all of that information for us. And this is the vendor that we'd like to work with based upon the cost. As he put in the RFP, wanted to make sure that we were able to preserve the cost, even if we change the number of devices. And Darcy talked a little bit about the budget for this one.
So what we were shooting for is to try to stick with about 115,000 per year. And then that also, because knowing that this would be coming out of cap outlay, and we have a lot of stuff writing on either a bond project or having to either spend it out of cap outlay or get our bond, or there's a lot of extra that you guys have came up with that we may not be able to cover in our bond that needs to come from cap outlay. So that's why we were trying to keep it around the 115 and not take it all in one chunk and leave some for future projects was about where we were looking.
So as you can see, the quote is more than 115. And so we've met a lot of times, and so we're still working through that process, which is why I asked Adam to push it to April, because we hadn't settled on a number of devices. There are currently around 350 desktop computers that are in service right now in the district. This quote for 385 gives them some space, so if something happens and they need to replace the machine, those types of things. That's what that is for, to provide that space. To do replacements and things like that. As we've talked about, Ryan and the tech guys, they get every little bit of goodie out of every single machine that we have in our district, and so they definitely take good care of us. So the quote that's on there says that it expires on May 8th, which does give us some time. Ryan has some concern that the RFP, we said 60 days, and so if we don't act on this soon, then we're beyond the 60 days for the RFP, even though the quote. So we just haven't had time to flesh all of those pieces out.
Yeah, the RFP only secures it until 4/8. The vendor has 5/8 on their expiration, but I honestly think you probably just typoed it. But like, you know, legally they would, you know, on an expiration on a quote like that, I mean, if they don't have the product anymore, then, I mean, they're not gonna have it. But they have to honor our RFP because they agreed to that, but, so.
So you need us to take care of it tonight, cause I saw the 5/8 too, okay, we can do it in April, but we need to do it now.
Or do you think are you saying you think they'll honor the 5/8?
I don't think
You
that
don't
they
think
will. I mean, I think they'll honor the 4/8 because that's 60 days out, and that was, you know, they agreed on that in the RFP, but, I don't. In fact, that vendor has talked to me, and, they've actually been holding those refurbished units since July for us, just, I mean, kind of been over backwards. And, he's mentioned, I mean, he has other reps and his company breathing down his neck, you know, cause it's like, we can sell these machines, like, you know, we have multiple other people that are interested in, so like, as soon as they're up, if we don't snap them, I mean, they're gonna be gone for sure.
You said this comes out of capital outlay. When?
I mean, do we need the whole 385? Did that trim it down if we, I mean, you guys know better than we do, but.
So, yeah, and I did I wrote up a desktop report kind of going over the project back in December and had given it to Chad, to give you guys. He didn't want to give it to the board because we hadn't figured out all the financial stuff yet. But like it actually broke down the entire project and, you know, kind of explains the need and where the machines are at and all that. Basically, as far as the, you know, the most of the, we sent out a survey, as I know Chad's mentioned, and, you know, overwhelmingly, you know, the teachers use the desktops, you know, on a daily basis. Most of them use them to run their board. We have the occasional classroom that uses their, you know, Chromebook to run it, just because that's their preference, but, you know, not very much the minority. As far as the, you know, and like from a tech perspective, as far as, you know, looking at the most cost-effective solution for the district to provide, you know, instructional tech in the classroom, you know, having a device that the teachers can use, the desktops are by far like the cheapest, you know, they make the most sense financially. I mean, you can do the most with the least amount of money. To maintain them, you know, they're our lowest cost of ownership device. And I mean, just historically, I mean, for the last 2 rounds, I mean, we've gotten really, really good life out of them. And so, you know, that's one of the reasons that, like, my recommendation is to go is to go ahead and refresh the desktops, just because I think there's some potential, you know, obviously some potential budget, financial woes, you know, with everything going on in the world and everything else that I think we need to, you know, get the best deal that we can and still meet the needs of our kids and our staff. But
What's being used in the district right now? How many?
Around 350.
350. So the 385 is just, you know, that's just giving us, you know, some extra devices to basically maintain those desktops over hopefully the next 10 years. But you're gonna have some obviously that you know, fail completely to keep those, you know, in place. So that's why that number's inflated. I would actually recommend going to 370 because Blum was including 15 for free on their quote. And so, I mean, might as well take advantage of that.
Say that last part again.
So I would recommend, the number that I would recommend is actually 370. Units, because on Blum's quote, if you look at it, they threw in 15 additional desktops just for free. Just for like, to have as
Mhm.
extras.
So we'd have 400, you're saying?
No, we'd still have 385.
Oh,
but
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
But with this, we would have
Yep.
400.
it would just save a tiny bit more. And then estimated 10,000 is what we would probably get back from the desktops that we would, because they'll buy back our existing desktops, which would be at the end of the project. I mean, obviously we would use them and not until we'd swapped them out would those be free. But we should be able to get, I mean, they rate them and stuff, so it's impossible to say exactly what we will get, because they grade them, but we should be able to get around 10,000 back on that. Blum was also willing to do a deferred payment, which we've talked about, to where they'll basically, they'll let us purchase, if we agree to an amount, they would let us pay part of that this year and part of it, after July 1st on the next year.
We can't, we would have to though, you guys would have to do it two separate and say one for the 24-25 and one for 25-26. We can't, cause if you do a deferred payment through them, we have to encumber the whole thing. So it wouldn't be, it'd be taken out all in one lump anyways.
So the 10,000, you're saying that, is that at the end of the,
That's
what do we do with the computers we have now? Do those have any resale value?
No, that is.
Oh,
That is.
okay, I'm sorry, I thought you meant the computers we buy, they're gonna buy back at the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
This says, no operating system.
So we, as a district, like with our K-12 contract too, we're required to, but even before that we did. We actually, we have licensing through Microsoft that we have, on as far as operating systems concerned, it covers the entire district for as many devices as we have.
So no additional cost.
Yeah, no additional cost. Yep. We can put any Windows operating system on that we want, just because with the licensing that we have.
That gets us down pretty close. I mean, 133, if you do 360 times 370, you get 133,200. You minus the 10,000, right? Would be 123,200. It's not too far off.
Well, if you get the 10 back, it's not on it, right? Get that 10 back.
Right, I mean, overall.
That's if
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
get you, if they grade you at the highest grade
Yeah.
for return.
Yep.
Okay, can you break down one more time, we'd have to, if we did the separate payment plan, so you're saying we have to. You make two motions, one would be. Just tonight, we'd make two motions. Right, one would say for the 24-25 school, or that you're doing it tonight, and then one would say, okay, and then we're gonna pay this for the 24-26.
Not, we're gonna have to remember to do something in 6 months.
I
I mean, I'm gonna put it in my phone and call you, but,
Yeah.
Are they
Not
charging
that I
any interest doing it
haven't
that
done
way?
What was that? Sorry?
No, any interest doing it that way? Are we,
No.
they add any costs if we did
So
that
they
way?
did offer financing that's like a 4-year plan, with a $1 buyout. That would equal out to be like $38,368.11 per year. But
how's that gonna deal with,
That messes with their
with
audits.
this
And
guy
that-
The
here,
audit
yeah.
stuff, that's why we don't do it
there
here.
is interest on their lease, obviously,
Sure.
But the deferred is not. The only catch is, I mean, we could only do between the 2 years. If we did the full 115 that Darcy had set aside for devices, because our student Chromebooks, we leveraged ESSER funds, so like they didn't come out of that fund for this year. So we would have that full amount, and then for next year, we've estimated just based on student enrollment. Unfortunately, it would be 6th and 9th grades are the 2 grades that we replace student Chromebooks on. And unfortunately, the enrollment count for those grades are pretty low. And so the good news is we're able to lower the amount of Chromebooks that we're predicting to order next year for students that are just in our normal rotation by 50. And so based on our current pricing for Chromebooks, we're looking at probably an estimated $66,250 next year. And that would leave us with, $48,750, out of that budget. So, if we stretch it across the 2, we could, we would still have, let's see, $30,550 left next year in that $115,000.
if we didn't wanna spend all 115 this year, I mean, it could be less, and then, you know, I mean, it could be balanced however, I mean, Darcy wanted or whoever wanted.
I mean, to me, it's an essential item. I mean, we need the computers. It's not something frivolous.
And I know that Chad, I mean, he's wanting to, you know, Darcy and Chad are wanting to get more other tech items and trying to figure out, you know, long-term, you know, budgeting and stuff like that. And I'm totally in support of that as well. And, you know, as far as, you know, we start looking at, you know, teacher Chromebooks and stuff, and like I said, the district has never paid any money from budget funds for teacher staff Chromebooks. They came from grants, you know, like all of them have been funded through grants. The Chromebooks that we have for staff right now are good on updates until 2030. Yes, there's going to be some maintenance costs for screens and parts and stuff, and you know we're going to lose some just through attrition, you know, just like anything. But the majority of them we should be able to probably, you know, maintain till, you know, that date, and then I mean at that point, yeah, I mean we would. Either if we can get a grant between now and then, you know, we might be able to inject some more in there, or, you know, figure out a plan that we can use. But yeah, I mean, I think both devices are great. It's just a matter of if the district, you know, when we get to that point, if the district can afford it, that's great. And if we can't, you know, we'll figure, you know, I mean, we have the device that can at least provide instructional tech still. And
You're saying they're being used on a regular basis by majority of the people, so, okay.
So do you want one or two motions?
Ask Darcy, what do you think? I mean, you know better than we do.
I'm comfortable with 115. That's where I was comfortable with the project for sure.
So it's
So what
either
are
a
you
yes
saying?
or a no then, I mean, right, either we have.
So you're not comfortable with this right here?
If you want to throw it into next year's budget, we can make it work, but I thought at first the 115 would be good enough for the project, is where we were originally talking, and then we talked about for the year, for each year. That's you guys' decision. I mean,
So that gets us 320 computers.
Yeah, cut 63, yeah.
Does that
And
include the 15? Or that number might go down if we're not ordering that same amount of volume.
so we're looking
as long
at,
as we agree to basically, yeah, you're agreeing to, like, if we agree to the 370, you're agreeing to purchase 370 computers from them. They're holding those and they're honoring that price and allowing us to make a payment, you know, now and then, you know, a payment later after in July, so that we can, you know, put it over two different budgets.
So would that work if we put it over we did two different motions, or is that still not something?
you can do that. I question how many are being used. If all 350 are still being used. We've talked about if there's labs that are extra. Chad and I have talked about that. That may, since we went one-on-one, we may not need as many labs, or how that would work. That was some of the details we were still trying to work out.
Do we have labs anywhere?
I know the high school has.
Yeah, the high school has, so like in the business department, like with Case and, well, not Case anymore, Buchanan and.
Three and then
yeah.
Yeah.
So do you need more time?
I think the problem is they would
wanted
like more time, but
And
what-
just to give
do
you,
we have
so
more
that
time
we
with
were
this?
able to give you a more clear picture,
So-
which is why we
What
said
if we
that.
bring it back and do a special meeting when it gets closer to get more answers for us?
That's what I'm saying. I don't
Before
mind
the
if we have
deadline.
in for a special
But
meeting.
it should be before April the 8th.
Yes. Like I said, I mean, I'm comfortable with them honoring the RFP, but I mean, especially just with what that vendor's already told me, like these are, I mean, he has people breathing down his neck, so I don't think he can honor anything past that like required RFP 60 days. I would like to do it, I mean, hopefully not pushing right up against that day either, but,
Right.
but yeah.
Because right now, the way she said, we'd be short on 36 computers.
Mhm.
With that includes the 15 free.
So the question is, can we?
So I guess if you can go through the district and see if, try to get an exact number plus a little cushion, and let us know we can do a special meeting and vote on it.
Didn't you do that already, kind of?
Yeah.
We did a
Yeah.
survey. We had a over 100 responses on that survey. It is a little, just kind of like all of the survey data that she went through this evening. It really kind of depends on everybody's situation. Some people use them for a certain class that they teach. They may not prefer to use it as for their instruction. So it was 60% of people use them all the time, and 40% of the people use them some of the time. And so when you start breaking down all those percentages, but we also said 90% of them said that if they had one that was more up to date, they would use it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to.
The daily
I
usage
kind of
is
feel-
up way high. I mean, across both of them.
Is it safe to say that more than likely what this is gonna come down to are labs? Do you think?
If you're wanting
No.
to cut desktops, you mean? Like from-
No, I mean to get a real number, like if you go ahead and say every classroom, because it's sounding like, probably every classroom. So really, we're looking at where you would have savings is, do we need them in every lab? How many labs? How many do we need in a lab? Is that safe to say?
That's a fair point.
So I'm trying to cut the
I see what
workload
you're
down
saying.
in a short period of time. We have until April 8th, we got spring break coming up. We've got parent teacher conferences, so I don't know how much work's gonna get done in the next 2 weeks. So that's leaving you only, 2 weeks for us to make this decision. That's where I'm at.
And the labs probably, I mean, the high school, I mean.
So really,
yes,
we have one what I would consider a lab. That is the one room that two of our teachers share for art. They use that one, and the other two I would say are functioning business classrooms.
Yeah,
So they would be classroom set of desktops, but they're not. They don't just sit vacant. They have classes.
Right,
yeah.
right.
and so, I mean.
Well, no,
from
I'm
a-
just saying to make sure that we have the right numbers in those rooms and that, the right number. That we're not replacing 20 computers when we only have 12 used every day, or that we're not replacing 20 computers when we really need 25.
Yeah, no.
I just
the-
wanna make sure those numbers
The
are right.
numbers are accurate in there. I think what Darcy and Chad are speaking of is just like if you would get rid of the lab, like pull machines and not have machines in that room, and the kids would just use their Chromebooks instead, right?
So then, and
Why
that's
can't
still
we
a
do
lab issue where we can,
And
Some of the soft.
well, yeah, some of them,
the-
like, some of our
software
business
dependent,
classes
yeah.
are all
yeah,
Windows
so
based and they have to, and your design stuff you cannot do on a Chromebook.
I can tell you from
So
like
those we have to have desktops
Yeah.
for these kids, and we have to have them before school starts next year. Because they're gonna be obsolete in
So-
October, and you're gonna have kids in a business class or an art class that can't do anything.
Yeah, from a tech perspective, I mean, if we were gonna cut the labs down or whatever, I mean, I'm indifferent. I mean, I don't, that's really like from curriculum and the building, like, I think their current curriculum and everything, they do
Need those.
use the desktop computers and need that. Now, I mean, is that it's not saying that you couldn't find a curriculum that might work with Chromebooks, and cover some of those same subjects, but I mean, that's not in place, so.
But in the real world, they're not gonna have a curriculum, if we're trying to get them ready for the business world, they're not gonna hand them a Chromebook, they're gonna give them
That's-
Windows.
Yeah,
Is that?
But
fair
yeah,
assessment?
I'm indifferent on the lab situation, like, I'm good with whatever. I mean, whatever, like I said, it's not really, I don't have a strong opinion on that just because, but.
So what are we gonna find out different if we
Yeah,
wait
now
till
I'm-
eight?
I don't think anything.
I'm with
now.
you now, yeah, that's why I asked
If
questions.
we can pay
yeah.
it that, now and after the first of the year, after the new fiscal year.
It's better splitting it,
And I
even
know what you
Stevens are
mean
doing
about if they're updated, they're gonna use them
115
more.
and
It does, I mean, like I say, it's however you guys wanna do it, I just was trying to stick to the 115, knowing that we have more bond stuff. that's
knowing
gonna
that if the
have to-
bond doesn't pass, we need to buy
Yeah,
HVAC.
or we may need concrete, or all the other stuff you guys came up with that isn't even in your numbers is where I was trying to.
I'd rather
think
have
of.
these computers in concrete for students. If that came down to that.
You get an accident on concrete, it's a big lawsuit.
What'd you just say?
You get an accident of someone tripping over concrete, it's a big lawsuit.
Then we need a lot of concrete.
It's a lot more than these computers.
We have insurance.
I just wanna make sure teachers and students get what they need.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
really, and you guys are the experts, you just tell us.
And I mean, Chad knows this. I mean, my biggest concern that I was always super worried about is just missing out on the price of these, you know, this refurbished option, because I mean, it's a huge savings compared to like other options, like if this were to fall through or whatever.
Yeah, we feel comfortable with these being refurbished.
Yeah, I mean, so they shipped one to us, gosh, this last summer. And, you know, so we had hands-on with the exact model. It's the same exact model that we have now. It's just a newer generation of that same model.
Okay.
So, like, we have experience with that HP ProLine, you know, series, which we've had pretty good luck with. And then this is just a newer model. But yeah, they shipped an actual unit down, and you know, we loaded it up and just tested it and stuff, and you know, it was fine.
Okay, I'll just make a motion that we approve this contract with, a payment,
You have to make two motions.
I know, in the current timeframe that we need, and then another payment after, in the new fiscal year.
Do we have to break down numbers?
Is that two motions?
No,
Okay,
I
put
think
two
that's one,
motions in
that's one motion,
okay.
yeah.
My first motion is to pay, so moved on the first motion, we'll pay the first part.
Do we have to give numbers of years, like this much this year and this much this next year?
I would think that you would just be
Yeah.
able to say that he's
50%,
spreading it over
50%.
the
Okay.
2 years.
50-50.
But I mean, do you have an opinion on that, Darcy? Or?
I think we're talking about number of devices, so if you do
Yeah.
320 devices paid out of this fiscal year, and
That's your 15.
the 50 devices
350.
paid off of
Oh, yeah.
It's
It is.
over 115, but it
Okay.
makes
Close
it,
enough.
yeah,
in change.
yep, and change, yep.
So,
Okay,
there
so
you
my
go, Pat.
first is to.
But they're still getting all the computers they need.
Yeah,
Yeah, they'll ship.
Okay.
my first motion is to pay half this fiscal
Nope.
year and
To buy,
by 300.
by 320.
I just wanna approve, I can't just approve this and then say how we're gonna pay for it.
No, you gotta,
It's
In
separated
two
out.
motions, I'll say how we're gonna pay for it in two different motions. I don't really wanna say a number, 315 and 3 something.
I don't know.
Cause you're getting them all
320 and
now, but you
65.
can't do them. Huh?
Yeah.
Well, no, that makes it sound like I'm stupid.
No, I just was offering.
No, go ahead.
No, I didn't. Make a motion that we purchase 320 computers from Bloom in this fiscal year.
We got a motion,
Second?
we got a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, same?
I make a second motion that we purchase 65 computers in the following fiscal year.
Only need to be 50, because.
Oh, 50. Okay, sorry. That we order 50 computers for the following year.
Okay, we got a motion for 50, can we get a second?
Second.
We got a second, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed?
Aye. Darcy said 115.
Okay. Next up, structural strategic.
Yes, so,
Do they
Chad,
need to? Sorry, do they need to accept? I don't know if we actually have to have board permission, but to sell our old devices afterwards, it's not costing the district anything. But I didn't know if that required board approval.
Disposal of it, like, isn't it the same as the furniture and stuff, so they have to give permission for.
yeah, I think it says in there to,
Yeah,
I think
So
it's,
sorry, but you might need to do.
no,
that.
yeah, you guys might wanna do
I
that.
make a motion that we sell
Yes.
the old computers back to the company.
I have to know where they
How
came
many
from.
at one time?
What do you mean?
Where the
All of
original
them.
purchase came
Yeah.
As many as they'll take,
Of
right?
the old computers,
Because it was with federal funds, I have
Yeah.
to know that.
CDWG.
Okay, but I'll have to know if it was with federal funds so that I can.
Okay, so we have a motion to sell back, and we have a second. Andrea
Right,
was-
we wanna sell all back. Is there anything I need to say? You're gonna send
On
them
the
all,
old
anything that
ones.
qualifies.
Yeah, anything that qualifies, we'll
Yeah.
get what we can.
Andrea, you second?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, same? Okay. Now you're up, Jack.
And I'll apologize about the last, because we hadn't had time to really sit down, snow days, and I was gone and all the things. things. So I appreciate your flexibility in that part of things. Okay, so first thing I'm going to pass out is just a transition timeline. So based upon the board goals that you all set at the beginning of this year, part of that was to develop a timeline for implementation. And so that's what you see there. And then that second sheet, that top sheet references Greenbush as professional development for the strategist positions. And so that second sheet just kind of runs through one of the options. It shows several options. I'm looking at the option 1 with the 10 days and focus area 4. Just so that you know what I'm talking about with that one. Make sense so far? Okay.
1-4.
Yep. So that would be for the PD part. So the second part is, our second page is some do's and don'ts for the instructional strategists as far as their work. Just because I want to make sure that we're providing guidance.
Like a job description-ish?
And there's a job description on the back.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
This is a new position we're creating, correct? Do we have a?
This is all in our packet, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Except for the Greenbush document, because I got that today. I wanted to just show you kind of what I was thinking as far as we would want to make sure that those people in those positions are supported because it would be new, and we want to make sure that we're all on the same page with what that looks like. And so Greenbush has an instructional consulting support piece that they put together, and so to help get us started, that's kind of what I was looking at was the 10 days of support from them in that focus area number 4. So overall, what we're talking about currently is 2 positions. Based on just some of the conversations that I've had and some of the data that we've looked at, one would be focused on the special ed side, looking at all of our teachers that, especially the teachers that are non-traditional routes to the classroom. We have several of those that are serving our kids, and they're doing an incredible job. They want to be here, they want to serve our kids, but they're going a non-traditional route to the classroom. And so we want to make sure that we provide as much support for them as we possibly can. The other position would really be to facilitate the ongoing journey with letters. All of the letters, professional development that our teachers are doing, keep that conversation relevant and going. So more focused on elementary, and then we have a few of our secondary teachers that have taken it. We did over the virtual PD days, we did an update on the seal of literacy, which is going to be required for several of our teachers as of July in 2028. And so we have groups of teachers that are going through that letters process now, but we have 40 more that say that they're interested or want to sign up this next year in the cohort. And so again, that's a lot of supporting teachers through that journey. So those are kind of the initial thoughts on how those positions would be supporting our teachers.
Has there been any more conversation? I know when we initially brought it up, there was a lot of chatter. It wasn't always in support. I know that was one of the goals, is that you develop relationships, you get the feedback. How has that been?
So far, I feel pretty good about what this looks like. I think one of the things that we need to really look at is some teacher voice in how we support. One great opportunity for me was the virtual PDs that we had, because we asked the teachers to submit reflections for every single activity that they did, part of how to be accountable for their time and things. But every reflection I read that was sent, and there was a personal professional development tie with lots of those, and so it was really cool. I sent Adam some screenshots that day, just going through some of the feedback. Veteran teachers, brand new teachers, being pretty supportive of, hey, I'd really love someone to talk through with this. Now that I've done some professional development, how do I make sure that I keep it relevant in my classroom and those types of things? So I do feel like we will have a good majority of our teachers that like this process, but I do think making sure that the people that are hired to be in these roles get that professional development also is really important.
Next question, will they be teachers or will they be becoming a teacher? Because
These
it'd be
people?
hard for me as a veteran teacher to have someone that's in one of those programs, and I'm just being honest. Being my,
No, the job description asks for someone
Yeah.
that's been teaching for a while.
I know there's some people interested and have been since I've started, so if, never mind.
So, no, we would want them to be experienced teachers. As far as what we've asked for in the, the job description that I included, at least 5 years of experience in education or supporting. It's on the back. Yeah, you've been handed lots of papers today. It has to look at lots of different things. And so some of the other things that we've heard through this process is when a student is going through like GEI, working through how do we support them. There's been some conversation, Adam, Tira, and I met with the school psychs about how to take the interventions and suggestions that they have for interventions and put them into practice. These positions could help provide those types of supports too, helping create some of the visuals and structures and supports for teachers or for kids, and then modeling and co-teaching with the teachers so that they can have that handoff and that responsibility too. So those types of things.
I heard both sides of it when we first started discussing this, and I asked friends in other districts, and it seems like this is pretty standard in districts now, and something that we're kind of behind the 8 ball on getting. So I think it's something we should.
Where's the money gonna come from? How much do,
I
how do we
think
determine, how do we determine how much these people will be paid and where does that
This
money
will
come from?
come out of at-risk funding. Coaching is under at-risk.
And so they'd be on teacher contract, teacher salary. We would ask for them to have some addendum days to their contract, so those additional contract days, so that they can work when our principals are working, and maybe if they're working with BLTs in the summer or those types of things. They have the opportunity to go hear from the building leaders and what's happening and what they need, so that we're able to craft support based on that.
I know when we first started talking about this, I was really talking about interventionists at the high school. We have nobody there. And so that's really where I would like to see somebody. I think we need interventionists at the high school. There's no one there. Ninth graders we need somebody at the high school. We're thinking about doing that eventually, interventionists.
Well, I think we're looking at the whole system. So
These two people are gonna do the whole system?
Well, I think as far as instructional support, they would be working with teachers primarily.
Yeah.
So
But
they would,
interventionist works just with students.
Right.
And they can work in small groups.
Sure.
An interventionist, not,
Right.
these people
Yeah,
can't.
this position wouldn't do that all the time. They may go in and model what that looks like, help if a teacher's like, hey, I really want to try this in my classroom, I really want to try, like I talked to Bob, ELA teachers, we had study team training a couple weeks ago. And one of the, I'm just trying to think, I've been to so many trainings the last couple months. They were like, well, how would I do this within groups in my classroom? And so they kind of talk through that process, but they would be able to go in and support what that looks like. So you could see the classroom teacher providing that intervention type support right within their own
But not the
classroom.
high school.
Well, but it would be the same process there. So if a teacher at the high school level, again, we had study team training there, they wanted to do groups within their classroom to level kids or to work on specific skills, whether that's deficit skills or skills that they just need practice and, well.
Yeah, it's okay, I'm done. Something happened.
I can tell you special ed wise, we have 5 of 9 teachers at the elementary level going to college, trying to get a special ed degree, learning how to write IEPs, learning how to try to instruct kids with reading and math, elementary, middle. So 5, that's at the elementary, only one of 3 at the middle school, 6, 7, and 8 is certified. The other 2 are going to school. So it puts a lot of pressure too on that one teacher because that's where they go to ask some questions sometimes. And then at the high school, we have 1 of 4 with 2 of them just finished last year going back to school. And so they are working on getting their full degree now also. They passed those classes. So having this additional person to help support them, it takes some pressure off the ones who are certified in the buildings. And then it also lends them some help to make it more congenial.
I totally agree. I like that these people would help special ed, just like you said, and they would, the mentor mentee part, I think is, we've all talked about that. And the teachers that are working on getting their degree, I love all that. But saying all that, two people aren't going to cover all that, you know.
We're gonna have to be really strategic. For sure.
And I guess I just wanted us to think about interventions at the high school next.
In addition to. I agree, yeah,
in
I know what you're
addition
saying,
to.
yeah. Yeah.
The people that are hesitant, what are they hesitant about with for?
I think that there were some, just being transparent, some bad feelings about previous experiences. And I think this is I'm a very structured person, so this is very structured and what their responsibilities are going to be and how they'll be supervised and what that will look like. You know, sometimes it gets a bad rap, just if there's a bad coaching experience or a bad teaching experience, sometimes families have a hard time coming into buildings just because they had a personal experience that wasn't positive to be beginning. But I think just like we want in all of our positions, we want the right people, and these people that we hire need to be able to build relationships with our staff, because we're gonna have to really trust these people to make them really effective.
They won't be doing, they won't be working with students directly, they'll be working with, maybe indirectly through the
It would be
teacher,
very
but-
indirectly,
okay.
yeah. So it'd be more co-planning, embedded professional development. And then if a teacher is saying, I really want to see what that looks like, can you come help me with that? We did data digs with our instructional coach, which were super powerful. Every time after kids had a benchmark for FastBridge, the way our setup was, they had 3 hours with the coach, and so the first hour or so was just looking at the data, and the next couple of hours was actually making materials so that the teacher had all of that stuff so they could go back into their classroom ready to go. And instead of having them have to find additional time to prep any of that stuff, the coach was right alongside them, supporting them and making those things with them, showing them how to use them, that kind of stuff.
And this was our goal from February to July.
As far
Is that
as just trying to get the pieces in place.
Yeah, so it's not
you
something
guys,
we have to decide. Or do you need actually? What do you need?
Just like anything, it's hiring season. So the faster we move on this, the bigger pool we'll have. So.
Anyone have any other questions for him? We're gonna table it to next month, or?
No, I'll make a motion to do what he said.
Just for disclosure, I would like more time to chat with community, like teachers and get their feedback, but if it's already up for a motion.
We have a motion, we need a second. Okay, let's bring it back next month.
Okay, got it.
Is there something specifically that you want in terms of feedback?
No,
Just time?
I think just time,
Okay.
yeah. Not for me specifically. I don't know what anybody else wants.
I do worry that we'll miss out on people.
What?
I do worry that
Oh, yeah.
that is a concern I have if we don't
As-
move,
as
you know?
last year. Could we, last year we hired those 2 special education teachers to go between the,
One's at Washington and one's at Eisenhower.
the building, they're supposed to go between the full buildings, right?
No, they stay in 2, so we have 2
That's what I
special
mean,
education.
one for 2 and one for,
No, 1 for Washington, 1 for
oh,
Eisenhower. So now we have 2 in each building, each elementary. Because Eisenhower only had 1, and she was doing a great job, but there was too many kids and we needed to do that. And in Washington, they had a lot of need. So now each building has 2 special ed teachers.
I misunderstood that.
And in April, I'll be bringing back information with how that's gone and
Okay, that's what
so
I
you
was
can
kind of
talk to
concerned
either of the
about.
principals too.
I think I'm most concerned about how there was such not love for it from the teachers. There was very strong reaction in the beginning. And so if that's transitioned and you have better input or data, I would love to see that. I don't know, I
Is
just,
it
I
It's
feel like they,
anecdotal.
safe to say, and I don't know, this was just the feedback that I was hearing, was that a lot of it was it was being proposed at the same time that we were in negotiations, and so the question was, where is the money coming from? But if, I feel a lot better knowing the money's coming from at risk. And so it's not necessarily adding 2 positions when we're already tight.
I think that's part of it, but there's another part to,
There is,
to
okay.
to why they don't like it.
and
But it may have changed,
I
like you
had a
just
good
said.
conversation with somebody at the very beginning a teacher who was super strongly against it. And then they had talked with other people, and then they called me and they're like, I'm so glad that you encouraged me to call so-and-so because now I feel so much better. So I think that could have changed, but I don't wanna assume one way or the other.
And that's why I'm saying, when I talk to other teachers in other districts even, they already have them. So I feel like it's something that is just, for lack of a better term, industry standard. Is that a fair, can I say that in education? But you know what I mean?
Right.
So
Yeah.
I'll say my opinion of it has changed as well. I was one of those that did not understand why we needed it, and the more that I did research, I myself did. So if that helps.
Yeah.
I don't know, can we put it back out there?
You can make another motion.
I'll make the motion that we, go forward with Chad's plan for 2 strategists.
We got our motion, need a second?
Second.
We got a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, same?
Aye.
That's it, Andrea.
I just really like how they'll help special education teachers and the mentor people. I think if they can fit that in, then that's great, because I don't see them doing all of this. If they're gonna do high school it's a failure. But if they're gonna work with special ed kids and, teachers and the mentor teachers and the brand new teachers, I think that's needed. But I don't see how they can go from here to there.
And I don't wanna run off teachers
Effectively.
because we haven't had transparency around the whole role and.
I don't know if Andrea had in here.
I'm a yes.
Okay, so 5 yes, 1 no. Alright, perfect. Ready to move on? 24-25 school calendar.
Okay, I was the one that wanted it added, and I think maybe some other people did, I don't know. We got together and we discussed all the things, we made a decision. But there's been a lot of feedback since then from the community, from parents, from teachers. And we were pretty much led to believe that they all had to be the same, exactly the same. Well, when an elementary teacher or parent hears that their kid only needs to make up 3.5 hours and they're losing 2 whole days and staying 5 more minutes, it doesn't sit very good. A lot of people, and we said then, we think maybe a lot of people already have plans, and that's certainly come up. Teachers have plans. I just would like to see if we could just revisit that. I mean, I suggested then, I'm not saying I'm right, but I would like to just see if we could visit a little bit more about just taking one of those days at the Easter vacation and the high school, adding 15 minutes without the elementary kids doing 5 minutes. That would take care of everybody.
That was an option on the calendar committee at the very bottom.
Yeah, that was my first suggestion when we had a special meeting.
Yeah, the board had a lot of people reach out, and I responded and asked them how they felt about that option Pat was talking about, and they all felt, the people that responded to that were all in favor, said it was a good compromise, taking one day, giving them 1 day back of the 4-day weekend, and doing the high school 15-minute at the end.
Is there any other, I mean,
So
anybody
I guess
else
I
wanna
don't-
discuss it, or?
So my understanding, there were two options passed on to the board from the committee, correct?
I
Those
took
were-
it as everything that was presented on the paper was
Technically
passed
three.
on. Yeah, I think there were more than
I was trying to find it, I can't find it.
No, there were two that I brought
There
to
were
you for the.
two that were actually brought to us. There were 4 that were discussed, 2 that were brought to us. So now we're talking about going with one that wasn't even discussed by the committee.
It was on
So-
the paper. I don't know what that meant, if it was discussed.
I was on the committee, and after talking to every single one and reading all the emails, it's, in my opinion, I think the committee would revisit it. But even on the committee, we were pretty much told we have to do all the same, everybody has to do the same, everybody has to do the same, and that's not true. We don't all. 15 minutes at the high school does not bother.
15 minutes a day does not make up for what our kids lost.
Is it gonna, are they not gonna be able to get into college because they lost that time? Are they not gonna get a job when they grow up because we miss those days? We can't help but we miss those days. We're trying to make up the hours as reasonably and fairly as we can, and I think we need to listen to the public. I don't know if you guys.
I've only heard from one parent.
No, I've been to a lot of
Other
basketball
parents
games and I've heard from
the
a lot.
parents that I have heard from, I heard from one, we got one email from a parent, and I've heard from a couple other that said, literally, it had to come from somewhere.
Well,
We said that we would excuse it.
We're not having enough subs. I mean, I've been to lots of places, lots of ball games, and I've had lots of flack. Can I just see what anybody else thinks, Andrea, Bob? I mean, 2 whole days for 3.5 hours, it just doesn't sit well. And the 15 minutes at the high school, yeah, I'm sorry, that is 15 whole minutes, and maybe they'll probably do it 2 minutes at each class period, but it's.
I feel like we're starting to tread into more negotiation waters.
We're not at all, I promise you, it has nothing to do with KNEA or we're not.
I didn't say it had anything to do with them.
We're
I
not
said it
treading on
feels like we're trying to negotiate the contract.
We didn't, the contract, they have nothing to do with 5 days of snow days.
But the contract says we'll work 181 and we're going 177.
But don't they work, like a teacher pointed out, outside their contract days?
It's never, no district, I don't know, go ahead, you'll lose a lot of teachers if you're gonna do that.
I feel like only adding 15 minutes to the high school would mess up a bus route.
No, it won't. I called Heather and I confirmed that with her. I said, Heather, if we look at adding 15 minutes to the end of the day, what does that look like to logistics? And she said it will add maybe 1 to 2 minutes on to the high schoolers riding the bus.
But if you're only adding it at one building.
That's what I specifically asked that.
Well, a week ago tonight, we met here and discussed those 4 options. And we sat here for quite a while and we were very thorough about it. The one we adopted that night, the one that's here, that we accepted, why beat a dead horse?
Don't we listen to our constituents? Don't we listen, shouldn't we listen to those people?
I guess I don't understand why the calendar committee didn't pass
I think
those
the main
others
thing,
on.
we were told over and over again, everybody has to do the same, everybody has to do the same.
That's not true.
Okay, now I can't make a motion, now I'm lying.
It was
That's just not true.
recommended.
It was recommended. That is all, The negotiated
Okay, it was
agreement,
recommended
the
strongly.
negotiated agreement has language in it that lines out the calendar committee by position. No person on that committee has any more power than anybody else. If somebody is asked a question, which I was, about the times at the end of the day, which I was very apparent on that sheet because I had all the times for the different things, I made a recommendation, yes, if I'm making a decision, then I would keep everything the same. However, that does not, I also said that whatever goes back has to be passed through the board. That is all that was said. So there was no forcing of anybody in that room to do any of that. And I'd be happy to get the committee back together and tell them that.
I do think that the number of minutes, which I don't know whose fault that is, mine, I mean, you know, the committee's some 5 people, 3 people, didn't really realize the minute difference. The short number of minutes in there, we really didn't discuss that, and, you know, anyway.
Yeah, it was at the top of the paper. Actually,
Well, the minutes weren't, you know, we would have to do the subtraction ourselves, that's what I'm saying, is, you know, I don't know whose fault that is, we didn't do the subtraction ourselves, but,
The numbers on, what do you mean?
the hours we have to have, and then the hours we
It's on there.
have, yeah, but not the,
The deficit,
yeah, thank you.
the deficit wasn't spelled out.
Like how much you need to make.
How many minutes you have to make
8.75
It
and
says elementary 1,113.25 out of the
I think
1,160.
there's
Yeah,
just
but it
the
doesn't
equation
say.
wasn't done. Like
No,
one.
no, that's silly,
It doesn't
it's
say
it's
the
really a
math.
silly thing,
The math isn't worked out.
yeah, and that's silly, I totally know that.
Are we anticipating shortages at the schools for teachers? Does anybody want to speak to that? Like shortages on Friday and Monday when teachers have taken off, like are we gonna have enough subs?
Are you talking about this week?
No, I'm talking about this topic we're talking about.
Easter.
Good Friday.
April,
Good Friday and
Good
Yeah.
Friday and.
The teachers that have reached out that I've talked to, like some want Monday, some want Friday, and they say they can work one or the other, so I don't, yes, there are going to be some that have the whole weekend, but we made a decision.
Yeah.
We've told families.
Can't we change? That's,
yeah,
I guess I don't know why this wasn't
okay, I know.
discussed then. That's my thing.
I mean, we want,
There's a lot.
I mean, if we're just being a dead horse and everybody thinks the same thing, is, you know, then fine, but, I think it's just really sad we don't listen, I mean.
I don't think there's a right answer here.
There's no
There's
right
a-
answer, and I heard from 6 out of 130 some teachers. And so yes, I heard from a group, but do we up in the whole thing? And again, I feel like we're treading into negotiations water and that we have a lot of things here that we need to address then, but it's not things that we address in March.
or
It's
that we
things-
can.
Yes.
No, making up 5 snow days isn't, oh well, whatever, pretty obvious, but.
For the 12-month classified staff that are supposed to have the paid holiday on Good Friday, now that they're working, how does the reimbursement work? And then also same question for the 9-month certified with unused holiday that we're planning on using it, like, is there reimbursement for those since there's no more holidays now? How does that work?
That has come up, that has not been decided yet, but that topic has come up.
Okay.
We need to chat through that. Darcy and I have said that needs to be addressed, but have not made a final decision on it yet, but we will. And we'll do something fair, to be fair to everybody, so. Not gonna put anybody in a bad spot.
Well, it's been a long time since we ever had to use 6 snow days.
I've never done it.
Anybody? No. 1978, winter 78, 79. That was the last winter that was that snowy. And I remember it very well. It was the first year I was married. And my wife put my brand new pickup off the Santa Fe overpass out there on the highway.
I guess they should keep you warm that way.
Verdict's still out on that part.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna make a motion that we amend our calendar from what we said at the first meeting to putting 1 day back on the vacation over Easter and 15 minutes in high school.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
Aye.
Okay, next up, sorry, I lost my track here. Action item 2025-26 calendar.
Yes,
I
let's
move
do
accept
it.
the
25-26
calendar as presented.
I was just gonna ask you, how many snow days do we have built in there?
Yeah, there's no, it's by hours, there's no specific
Okay.
days built in, so it's very similar to this year's. So it'll be the same type of thing, if we have a bazillion snow days, we'll be back in the same situation,
Just
but
have-
usually we can buffer a few.
Okay, like the 1,116 hours.
And I think
It'll
that's
be
fine.
above that,
Maybe
yeah.
we don't call snow day just because city streets are or something, just make it harder to call snow day, but if we end up with that many, you know. But anyway, that's my motion, to accept the 25-26 calendar.
I would like to talk about staggering the start time for elementary school for the 25-26 school year.
Judy, what did you say, I'm sorry?
Stagger the start time for the elementary school for the 25-26 school year.
You want it on the agenda for,
I just
What you
think, I mean, if it's, is that not part of the calendar?
oh, yeah,
So
I mean, I'm with everybody else. I thought that it was supposed to go back in like December.
but it's also, I think there's language in the agreement as well.
That
Yeah,
is
there's
in the
language in
agreement.
the
It says all
agreement
will
that's gonna
start at
have to
8
be
o'clock.
negotiated.
Okay.
But we can come back with that, they can take that negotiation.
Yeah, we can
back.
take that.
Negotiation then, yeah, do something like that.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the 2025-26 calendar. Can I get a second?
Second.
Got a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same. Admin reports.
Glad it's getting warm out.
Getting warm in here.
I wanted to give a shout out to our middle school students. I think in December, the number was approximately 90 that had participated in our science fair, of which 27 went to regionals, and then 16 qualified for our state, which was last Friday, with awards on Saturday. And we had 7 of them place either first, second, or third.
Wow.
Kudos to the science teacher. To do with it, and all of the students that participated, because it really was, I think, our best showing, really, with that many students that started the projects. So a lot of time and effort went into it.
Very cool. Anyone else have anything?
I can't top that.
How's the vandalism at the bathrooms going? Is there a decrease in that at the high school?
Yeah,
We're good? We're doing get better?
yeah, we haven't, I don't know what, hopefully we hear this, we haven't had many problems lately.
Okay.
Congrats to the girls, Ellen.
Yeah, back to back to back to back, 4 time going to state, so this week will be fun. This will be a good week, so I like the
They
bracket.
getting a bus together, or we?
Yeah, we set that stuff out this morning. We've got the band bus and then the pep bus that can hold extra. I think we have 35 seats on that pep bus right now, but all kids that go up there will do exactly what we did last year, which is every kid will get in, high school kid will get in for free, so it'll be really good, yeah, and we had really good sections, student sections last year, so it's a fun time, kids look forward to it, so it's good. So they play at 2:00 on Tuesday, to see Andale for the 3rd time. Thursday, yeah, jeez, been a long time. But yeah, they'll play at 2:00 on Thursday versus Andale, so should be a good time. Yeah.
Something else?
Okay. Board member comments. Go ahead, Pat.
Start over there, I
All
have
right,
candy.
Andrea. I did that on purpose.
Huh?
I didn't know you
No, I
can't.
didn't.
I don't know.
Okay.
I was gonna say congrats to the middle school. Mr. Meyer already handled that, so that was really cool. And then I have a request. Can we start adding the financials to the board packets to the public that we put out? The financials. I know the city does, like their open records. Didn't know if we could start adding those
Yeah.
to the board packets. Okay.
If the, if the board wants to, if the majority of the board wants us to do that, I'd be happy to.
I mean, the city has a whole packet. It's financials. It's just
I
It's
think
open.
anyone can request it.
Yes.
Correct.
I don't know that there's a benefit to adding 128 pages to the board packet that goes out to the public.
To the website, digital.
I think if they were interested, just call and ask for it.
Yeah, all they gotta do is ask for it.
Okay, I'll bug you every month. I'll bug you every month for it then.
And then congrats to the FFA students that were here earlier. That was neat. And then along the financial report for Darcy is, I don't know what it's called, but I know the city also does this where every month they give like a general outline of like high level of every account, like the beginning and the ending.
You guys have been, you didn't see it this month,
Okay,
but
I
you've
looked
been
for-
seeing them for January and February.
Okay.
They've been in there. The reason I didn't do this month was I was waiting for Harold's, cause our balances will change, so I wanted
I
to
know
give
that
you
you had
guys.
uploaded 2 different things, but I didn't know what.
Yeah.
You did the
It's
general.
a cash balance
Okay.
sheet.
And then
yes.
I looked this month and I was like, oh, there's only
Yeah.
one again, so I didn't know if
No, I was waiting for Harold's balances because those are actually the audited ending balances.
Okay.
So I wanted to update that before I
Okay,
gave you guys
cool.
the
Thank you.
updated. But yes, it's been in there since January.
Okay. And then can we have some discussion around the talk that's going about graduation being moved inside this year? Is this a rumor? Is this fact? I was just asked by a senior today. I had no idea.
We can do whatever the board wants us to do. We will have to buy a new stage, and get that priced and everything if we're gonna set up for both like we normally do. Because that stage was not good last time we did it outside. Last year we didn't do it because the football field was being
Can we
worked
look at
on.
ring team one?
Yeah, we could look at that too.
I can get you some contact.
Yeah, and we would need to set up, we also had issues with wheelchairs last year or the 2 years ago. And so we would need to set something up to make everybody comfortable as a part of it. So as long as we got those things taken
I
care
just
of.
think you're gonna, this is a decent sized class, and when you're limited to 2 tickets a family or 4 tickets a family, it's gonna be a disaster. That gym was crowded last year, but I think we can do it outside of, I can get you some names for people's stages.
Okay. The majority, what's the rest of the board think?
I think outside
Okay.
is the preferred.
Okay, so, and we always try to set up for both in case there's inclement weather, so you don't have to move the whole world. And so, but we will look at that. That's been the main, if you've heard any naysays on it, mainly it's been because we didn't want to do that stage again.
Sure.
Because
I
it was really bad, so. So we can look into that.
You know a guy?
Talk about that.
I know somebody. I don't know somebody, my wife knows somebody, somebody's.
JJ, you good with that?
Yep, that works for me.
Yeah, we'll just have to figure out the stage.
We can always use the better truck that they use at the week festival.
We're good?
Yeah.
I'll get up there.
That's who she knows.
No, that's not the one. I was just gonna do a shout out to the powerlifting group too. They had
Yeah.
number 1 in
Very
state for girls and runner for boys, so congratulations to those individuals.
Yep.
That's all I have.
I want to say happy birthday to Harper. Thanks for letting me be here. Sorry, Mom's not there tonight. She's probably watching. She is weird and watches these. Speaking of Harper, she led me to the high school this weekend to go drop off some drinks for friends that were working on the stage for the upcoming musical. And Mr. Fisher gave me a tour while we were there. These kids are working so hard. He was there all day on Saturday, so thank you, Mr. Fisher, for what you're doing for our kids. He was there in the morning to work on setup, on building scenes. Then they had play practice, and then he led the pep band, which is phenomenal.
It really is.
So shout out to Mr. Fisher and his kids, and the musical is Cinderella. It is April 11th through the 13th, so mark your calendars and let's go support these kids. The stuff that he's doing in that scene building or in the prop building class is amazing. They've got everything on wheels, so it's movable and changeable, and they can do things in the middle. It's pretty cool.
Cool.
Going through things recently, I was looking at our vision statement. Could I throw out there maybe looking at changing up the vision statement, the mission statement? I know it was pre-summit.
It was redesign time.
Yeah, so I feel like, personally, if I'm gonna be honest, I feel like our vision is just a bunch of like late 20-teens education buzzwords. So I would love to look into maybe updating that
Okay.
and getting past that
what's the rest of the board
Summit.
think about
Yep,
mission?
I love
vision?
mission vision. Those are
And then that kind of brings me to something else, and this is what got me reading it again. Andre and I, when we were at the KASB conference, a couple different things that I was in, they talked about after they say the pledge in a board meeting, everyone says the mission statement together. And I was reading ours and I was like, that's not motivating. So I would love to have something a little more.
Can we say the Pledge of Allegiance a little bit slower? I swear, it's like our Father in
It
church.
was. Super fast today.
Seriously.
And then finally, there are a lot of things going on in Topeka that I've been watching. There's a voucher bill that went through the House, and I checked it right before we started. It's in a Senate committee. It's in a Senate committee now. I might have that backwards. And there was so much testimony on it today. They're discussing it again. These vouchers, there are two voucher bills. This one is the lesser of two evils. I personally feel like the other one's a red herring to make us freak out about that one while they expand this. It's no matter what they say, they're telling us they don't have enough money to fund special education, but they've got money to put towards these scholarships for private schools. And I think that all of us need to be taking notice of what's happening and making phone calls to speak up. And on that same note, the Senate Ways and Means Committee will be hearing the K-12 budget tomorrow. Our local senator is on that committee. So if you feel moved, please consider sending an email. It was in the K-12 committee last week. There are 2 retired superintendents on that committee. They know what's happening in our schools. They see the shortfall that we have. They asked to put $87.5 million in special education funding, and it was a tie vote, and then it got struck down in the tiebreaker. And so we are getting no additional special education funding. We don't have any maintenance from past years. Yes, public schools are covered under Gannon right now, but Gannon did not cover special education. We are moving, and I had Darcy look at this spreadsheet because we weren't quite sure. The state of Kansas is taking $1.36 million of our general fund and moving that to cover our personal, and that's us, that is in our district, to cover our shortfall for what we need in special education funding. So that comes out to roughly $9,700 per student. So, I mean, that's pretty much our base, guys. Like, I'm sorry, not 9,000, 970. 970. I knew that wasn't right. 970. So that's a lot of cash. That's a lot of money that we could be using to pay our teachers. That's a lot of money that we could be using for other things. So please, if you feel moved, I'd ask you to send an email because we've got to do something. That's all. Sorry. That's my passion project.
Nice job.
Thanks.
All I have is, and I'm biased on this one, so bear with me. I want to thank the genius that decided to get Brandon Starkey on the calling the games in the gym. That makes it fun again.
He's been really good.
Yeah,
this year.
yeah.
He's been
He
good.
and he likes it.
Yeah, he does. He really does enjoy it. So.
And he's your son-in-law, so let us all know
That's
that.
what I said. I was
I'm
biased.
sorry.
Yeah.
That doesn't tell us why. I just like basketball. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. We were talking about audit. This just reminded me. I think I'd asked before if all the teams and the cheerleaders and all the people that have fundraisers and that have accounts, are they ever audited?
It's in your audit packet.
Oh, it's in that big audit where they just pull out?
It talks about activity funds. It's all
So that activity funds is each individual?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought
It's the same thing, though it may be a sampling. They get the bank statements and they look through that stuff.
Okay, I thought I didn't see that, I didn't take it as that. And then on the negotiations committee, We just have two people, and I know Andrea went to the training, but she's not, she can't be a,
She's the alternate.
no, she's not, we didn't vote her as an alternate.
Yes, we did.
No, we voted you to, that you could go to the
Didn't even
convention or
vote
the
that. There's
training,
not even voted.
but the vote was before the vote for the convention.
Yeah, so if she's supposed to be an alternate, then it'd have to be revoted because
Yeah.
her name's nowhere in the minutes, there's nowhere, and it's not against you, Andrea.
No, it's just,
It's just when that was said last month, that's not actually the case, cause nobody actually voted on who an alternate was. It was after the vote was taken, Russ said, hey, I need to get you guys to training, you guys signed up for training, she said, hey, sign me up as an alternate, but we'd already voted, I mean, I watched the video, I wasn't here, but.
well, in that case, I was wondering if we could get an alternate for every committee, since if there's two people and one person's gone, then there's just one person there, which is kinda hard. So we could think about it anyway, and then we could just have to vote for it, everybody, next time.
Revote.
Let's just bring it up at the next
Okay.
meeting.
You want that on the agenda?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And that's all.
I have one more question. Is there an update on the school site position? Have we hired?
No, not yet. No, there wasn't.
We met with them. I mean, part of the conversation was with the additional classrooms that were helping with behavior, which was one of the things that they were getting pulled to do. How do they manage their caseloads, and what does that look like? One of the things that we asked about was what are things that you're currently doing now that if someone else were to help support you, what would that look like? Some of those things are included in the job descriptions that were approved tonight.
Okay.
So,
Like the functional behavior assessments, because those take a long period of time and they require observations. And it's usually best to have one observer so they can see over different periods, different things, so that's a lot of it too.
does that make sense?
I think so. So you basically, whatever our needs were, you just kind of put them in this job description to help fulfill the need of,
It's one of
instead
the
of hiring
other,
another.
right, and so it's one of the other things with supporting our special ed kids in the GEI process, and how do we make sure that all of those levels of support are there? Because one of the things that they really talked about when we met with them was how do we move from the suggestions that we give during a GEI meeting to implementation in the classroom, and that's a lot of time that they have been taking, and that would be moved to this other person.
Okay. Thank you.
Don't have anything else? Okay. Go to executive session for student matters to include Adam, Chad, and Bob Meyer for 20 minutes. Our meeting will resume at 9:17. Okay, our meeting will resume at 9:20. Can I get a motion?
Oh, go ahead. Motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So 9:20.
Everybody's
Okay, we're back in from executive session, no action was taken. We need to go back in executive session for non-elected personnel for 10 minutes, include Adam, Chad, and Darcy. We'll resume the meeting at 9:30. Motion.
So moved.
Got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
I don't have anything else.
Okay, we're back in
My alarm went
open
off already.
session, no action was taken. We need to go back into executive session to include Adam, Chad, and Darcy for negotiations for 15 minutes. The meeting will resume at 9:45. I need a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion? Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay, we're back.
Okay. We are back from executive session. No action was taken. Wait for the rest of it.
No, we're just like, wait.
All right. Next up is the consent agenda.
Okay, consent agenda. Approve the minutes of the February 10th meeting. Approve payroll and bills. Payroll $1,179,037.83. Bills $596,951.21. Transfers at risk $200,000. Personnel, approve new hires. Ross Foley, physical education teacher for Washington and Eisenhower. Shalisha Alvarez, payroll clerk for the district office. Brendan McAllister, para at the high school. Amy Steiner, sped para at Lincoln. Approve resignations. Kendra Walther, speech language pathologist for the district. Bob DeJarnette, assistant golf coach, middle school. Amy Groom, art teacher, high school. Connor Burnett, assistant football coach for the high school. Rayana Nutt, para for Lincoln. John Nance, principal for the high school. And Jerry Ann Fike, sixth grade science teacher for the middle school.
Need a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same sign. Okay, that concludes the meeting.
Question.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you everyone for coming.
Thank you, everybody.